19. When plugged into a monitor or TV, will still be 5 volts coming back from pin 18. Okay, gotcha. Right. Diode mode. Okay. Red probe on a ground. Right. Pin 1.7. Pin 2. Ground. Pin 3.7. Pin 4.7. Pin 5. Ground. Pin 6.7. Pin 7.7. Sorry. Pin 8. Ground. Pin 9. 7. Pin 10. 7. Pin 11 is ground. Pin 12 is 7. Pin 13 is 6. Pin 14 is 6, nearly 7. Pin 15 is 6. Pin 16 is 6. Pin 17 is ground. Pin 18 is 6. Pin 19 is 6. Okay.
She's noisy.
800-ish.
Yeah.
I want the person to retime me. It was a pulled retimer out of a working console. Why is 14 not open line? Is always OL. 14 isn't on here. 14.6 on here. It's not a show under Port J Fix. It's not a show under Port J Fix. No, it's not. Because do you know the trace repair wire? I checked it, it's shorted against 2 other pins. It wasn't. Yes, I have, Kyle. Yeah. I have replaced it. I think my mic's a bit too high up here. The point of the mic's at the top. Let's do that. Actually, there's one thing I didn't get. Pin was short to any other pins. 14 should be OL. So someone's saying 14 should be OL, but another one says pin 14 is 3.2 volts. Pin 14 is OL way south, protocol is disconnected.
No. No.
That makes sense.
Lovely job, bro.
The thing is, they're all getting drive readings.
Look at that.
I remove it again and test direct on the pins. Look at the bigger pins and it's like that's why it's allowed. For sure. Do you want me to remove the HDMI? Check the pads.
Nice one. Done. We can get that sorted. Done. We can get that sorted.
No. I say retimer again. I don't have another retimer. So I did this case twice.
Yeah.
One by another person and by me.
Yeah. dirty little mug. What's happened here?
No, they're not bloody bridged. Okay, fair enough. YouTube potato fishing. No, it's fine. Yeah, I see. I'm pretty sure I looked at them before. No, they're not bloody bridged. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'll touch them up again anyway, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, I see. I'm pretty sure I looked at them before. I mean, I'll touch them up again anyway, because... What? And it
8.51. So we're getting 8.51 from in now. And then we can use the existing board. But she's working.
Run a wire where it's
We're getting
supposed to
8.51 from in now. We can use the existing board. 6 o'clock.
Chip U3 left of pin. These are the post of the pin.
6 o'clock.
So you want me to do a jumper wire from?
And we're going to need the same amount of wire again.
So I could do a jumper wire from there.
We're going to need the same amount of wire again.
So now I'm literally okay. Let me try and fill this gap in like Lee said. Plenty of solder, get it real hot. Well, not real hot, put some heat into it. I'll do 340 degrees. I'm just going to hold it there. After 20 minutes. Wobbly this time, is it? That is solid now. Starting to get a bit unfocused right now. How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours 16. Then you can check from the pin of the QFN to pin 19 with the breakout board. That will totally check the lines. Good shout. Do that right now.
Do that right now. Lovely.
Okay. Plugged in. And I love the audible beep once so you girls can hear it.
Do that right now.
See, I'm losing it.
Lovely.
So, why did I put on the floor? I love the audible beep once so you girls can hear it. To a pin and 19. This is just not
we need to do is take some of.
Good old Go-Go, miles per hour. Oh yes, of course. Hello mate, how are you? It's a small people then, yeah. I think the max one they did was like a 19, what is it, 18? Might have been an 18 each. Love Go-Go.
No, hold up a minute. No, I've wired this wrong. I can't add the black wire there. No, hold up a minute. No, I've wired this wrong. I can't add the black wire there. Who's on? Let's have a quick look. Hi, Chill. What's your bud? How you doing? All right. I'm back on the radio again. This time I've come up with a little bit of a better design on the radio. So, hi, Chill. What's your bud? How you doing? All right. What I'm opening, what I've done, I've tried to have a look at that converter. It was wrong. That wouldn't do it. It's so. What I've managed. What have I done? Tried to have a look at that converter. It was wrong. Now I've not the bloody thing. I've got folks. So what I've managed. That's it. I can see what I'm doing. Because I've got the mouse there. That's what's doing it. Right. So I'm putting the mouse up there so I don't knock it. Do what I've just done. So that's it. I can see what I'm doing. What I wanted to do. Because of that connector being a bit, bit shoddy. I've come up with a better idea. I've took the two components off. So basically, what I've done, I took the transformer out, and I've also took the switching system out. So I thought this has got to be like what's causing the issues. And I didn't want to start drilling extra holes in the actual machine because I want to keep this one. This one's working all right. So I thought I'll take it all off the board. And when I took it off the board, I revealed that the board was actually, I couldn't tell the fuse, what type of fuse it was. It was a T800 fuse, fast burn. So it's 800 milliamps. So I thought, oh, this has got to be easier. So I thought, this might be a better idea. So what I've done, drilled the holes with my Dremel, made the holes where the transformer sat, followed it. So what I've done, I've took some wires, some of them stranded core wire, because it's much more heavy duty, it's better. And what I'm going to do, I want to put it through a fuse system, so which will make it a lot easier. So when it goes through a fuse, I can then put an output from the fuse side to the actual thing. So then it's got a protection. Because at the moment there's no protection, and I didn't like the idea of that transformer not having, gone first and then the fuse after. It should have been the other way. So I thought I'll do it this way. It makes sense. It's dropped it down. I've just done a test on it with the fuse resistance. It's dropped it down to about 8.53. I don't know if that's going to be enough to power it, but I'm going to give it a test at the end of the day and give it a go. And then put some output wires and then resolder it directly to there. Your audio's very low, Chill. Oh, right. Hold up, bud. And then put some output wires and then resolder it. Let me go into OBS. I'll have a quick look. Your audio's very low, Chill. I've been having problems with the bloody. Let me have a quick look to see why the audio is low. I've been having problems with the bloody. Let me have a quick. Because some of them was moaning it was too high, and this time it was too bloody low. Right, let me turn the. Some of them was desktop, Elgato, Logitech. Right, let me turn audio, Elgato, Logitech. Right, creative. Right. And it's repeating itself too, pal. Right, okay. Bloody OBS. It's giving me an headache. You're watching Andy's stream, I am, yeah. I'm watching him live. I had this before, and I think OBS is causing the echo because it keeps repeating and it's going over. I had this before, and it's the desktop audio. Let me desktop audio. Let me disable that and see if that makes a difference. Audio input capture, audio on that front. Default. Right, here we go. Creative Live webcam. Right, input audio. Try that now. Is that okay, bud? That's better. Yeah. So what it is, on the way OBS sets everything up on the screen, is you've got to, on the sources, you've got to add everything into the sources, and it's all got to be sorted out. And this is the trouble. So I thought I'll disable the desktop audio because that was enabled, and just enabled that. So I'm glad they sorted that. Is that that ain't echoing now, is it?
Yeah, it's been a long stream, Undergrove. I've been really wanting to get this done.
Hopefully not.
Shut it down before it does get. Oh, that's still really cool.
What have you been up to? Anything interesting?
The only thing I haven't done is that trace. That's the only thing I've not done is read.
I'm not moaning. Static background noise. But sorry, mate. I'm not having to judge your stream, but I'm here to watch it. Okay, bud, no worries. You enjoy. Sometimes it's just nice to chill out and just watch someone else do the work at the end of the day. So what I'm hoping for to do is that this board, I asked that bloke the last time I streamed, which was yesterday. I asked about that power supply. It was AC to AC. I'm afraid I couldn't use the AC. The UK doesn't use AC, it uses DC. Not like the Rockstar AC/DC, but it was basically, he said, you're not an alternating current. It's actually your direct current. He said you'd actually blow that unit. Direct, it's not designed, because alternating current, it's got like a flow, so it peaks and then dips to zero and then peaks again. Well, DC don't. It's a flat line, basically. It's just one solid, constant, stream of electrons. So I wouldn't be able to use that. And I looked at buck converters, and they only go up to 48 volts. So I'm not going to be able to get another transformer big enough to take that type of issue, to take it all the way down to 9 volts. So this might be the best alternative. Coming back to it, because the trouble is, when you're doing electrics, it's like Andy, alternating, yeah. Alternating. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's alternating current. It's the same thing with Andy. It's when you don't give up. When you know something that you really want to know, you can try and get round the problem. There's got to be, and there's always solutions. It's just finding a way round. I mean, yesterday, yeah, technically I did get it working, but it wasn't ideal with that connector, because that connector was a bit ropey, and looking at the connections, it wasn't making a great connection. So I found this 3.5-inch barrel jack, and it works lovely, and it's really clean. So I took it off part of a donor board that I had in a box, and we are getting voltages. It's working quite well. So I'm going to just take the 9-volt, plug it in. Now, I haven't done anything, so I know this is all right. So I've plugged it in. So now we've got, it's going directly to the board, because I've made some alteration to the board. Only so slight. So if I ever do want to put it back, I've only drilled the hole slightly a little bit bigger so it can actually go in. And basically what I want to do, I've got it on voltage. So let me zero it, because otherwise it'll give me a false reading. There you go. So basically what I wanted to do is just literally peak it on here, and it's averaging 8.49 volts. So basically, which you can clearly see. So that's drops because it's going through a fuse. Now it's going through a fuse. It's, you know, because that's an 800 milliamp fuse, and it's a fast burn. So I know it wouldn't, technically it wouldn't damage it, because now it's got some form of circuit protection due to the fast burning fuse. So I should have done this yesterday. Coming back to it, I just wanted a fresh peace of mind to actually see what could I do to try and give this some form of protection. Because if there is, say for argument's sake, I had this plugged in, and you know, and straight away we had lightning or something like that, and you think, oh bloody hell, you know, if that surge of that power will go straight into the plug while I was listening to this, it would have gone straight to that fuse, and it would pop the fuse, because it's an 800 milliamp fuse, because that's all the transformer would have done. But instead they put the transformer first, that's second, that should have been first, that's second. But they could have just replaced the fuse first, and if that was incorrectly put into 110, that would have popped the fuse. So 240 going into 110 would have popped the fuse, and it would have protected the transformer. So all you had to done was just replace the fuse. They didn't do that, and that's the trouble. They didn't put that in. So I've now done it the way it should have been intention. So I've took 9 volts directly, put it into an 800 milliamp. I mean, really, that's up to a 1 amp fuse in there anyway for the power supply. So, you know, I'm just hoping that little bit of voltage drop plus on the board when it's under load, would that drop down to 8 volts? Would that be enough to power it? This is what worries me, because the only way to compensate for that is to go 10 volts, to actually take it up 1 volt, to actually allow for that droppage. But you know, but then you're not putting the value it should have been. It probably would be okay, because now the fuse is protecting it. But I don't really want to start tempting fate and popping fuses, because I've only got that one anyway. I'll have to order some. So what I want to do next, now we've got power into this, it's switched on as we speak. So what I want to do is now try and trace this and put some output wires. So now, literally, because you don't want to take it from the input on there, because all you're doing, you're bypassing the fuse. It's got to be after the fuse. You want to take it out of the circuit. So I assume the way what I would have done, in thinking about it, you've got the red as going in as an input. The black, right, at the end of the day, is actually no, because thinking about it, the black's wrong. The black's got to come off. Thinking about it, it's got to come out, and that's got to be grounded. That's got to go to ground, because so it can be going to a grounding pin. And in another live coming out, yes, it has. I've done that wrong. So I'm glad I've sorted that now. And let me just have a quick look. Let me just take this out. That's got to be another live, because the rest of the circuit's dead. It ain't going to make no difference. Where's my solder wick?
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm going now.
Andy's finishing now. He's finishing up. I think he's give up with the Xbox. I've got an Xbox, not Series X, but I've got an Xbox One X, no display. To be honest, I'm thinking that I've not even. I don't know if you can do UART on an Xbox One X. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it at the end of it. But yeah, coming out. Actually, before I do that, one thing I've got to test first. I'm hoping that pin is not an earth, because otherwise I'm putting live to an earth, which I don't want to do. Yeah, he's finishing now. Hold up, bud. Let me read your message because I can't see that. Look, I can't see that writing. What's up with the fuse? What's that fuse rating? It's because if you're running 900 millivolts through that fuse, it's under 1 amp or about. Yeah, I've done the test. It was only pulling. When I was pulling this, it was actually pulling roughly around about 195. It was pulling roughly 0.200 amps. So it wasn't reaching no more than that. So because I wrote these values down yesterday when it was under load. That's why I always like writing things down. So it should be enough, because that 1 amp, that fuse is a T. That's a timed fuse, and it's only 800 milliamps. So 200 is way under for the value of that thing anyway. So the fuse would need to be a 1 amp. Yeah, I mean, it's with the transformer. I mean, the power supply is at maximum when I put it under load. It's literally reading. It's reading the 9 volts, but when it's under load, when I put it directly to the radio, it was pulling roughly just under 200 amps. 0.200 of an amp, so it's 0.2 of an amp it was pulling, so it was very low rating, and there's no protection, so I thought, well, that'd be fine, but I wasn't happy because I thought if there's still a short, ground to short, it's got no fuse to pop. Yeah, 0.2 of an amps, yeah, so it was roughly about that. It was a maximum, like it was about just under that it was pulling. So I thought, because now it still ain't got no protection, I wanted to put it through this fuse, but putting it through the fuse is dropped the voltage down just so slight. So I thought, well, that'd be fine, but I'm going to give it a go. But if not, I'll see if I can crank the wattage up by 1, going from 9 volt to 10 volt, because then that'll alter its value by that going up. It should do, because by cranking the wattage, you're pulling more watts into it, which will pull more into the resistance of the ampage. So it will bump the amps up just so slightly. So it might just pull it back over. So let me go and turn Joey down, because Joey's come on automatically. Let's close this down. Shut down. So yeah, basically, or 1 to 2 amps. That would be fair if you're only putting under that. Yeah, it should do. I mean, to be honest, it's not going to be a powerful radio when you crank up the volume. It was quite loud yesterday, and it didn't peak. It peaked just under 200. So that fuse might be to its limit, which it should be enough if it doesn't go any more than 0.2 of an amp. So I'm hoping that it should be okay. I can't not seeing it being a problem, compared to yesterday, it had no protection, which I wasn't happy. That's why I wanted to come back to it today and sort something out. So this was a prime example. I thought, I'm sure now I can't get a DC, something you see in DC socket. So I thought I'll take the AC socket off. That then I can make a little slight alteration and make it so it looks like it comes in circuit. So reading off of these, even when I put all this, it's not reading from any of these components because it's not getting no value. It's because the transformer would have given it all its values here, and it's not. So what I need to do is basically see if I need to put the other wire into this by feeding it, and then see if that actually gives it its 9 volts coming in. So I need to go from that one to this one, and oh no, it won't, will it? Because it's not grounded out. So I need to grind this. I need to grind this out and find an earth, which would be this. So let me just quickly solder that on now. Otherwise, it won't make a connection. Hopefully. I can't see why this shouldn't work, because in theory, yes, it should. But you know what theories are like. Theories are not always the case. Yeah, she's done. So that's why I always use an old towel, because for that reason. Right, so let me just put it in continuity and see if that end from that end makes a connection. And she does. So that's grounded. So now we've got a ground point. Now what I want to do is test the fuse side from one side here to this side. So hopefully, if we followed the traces, this is one end of the fuse, this is the other end of the fuse here. So we should get, that ain't getting nothing there, see? That must be an earth. But here should have been the other side of that fuse. So from here to here, oh, would help if I had it on voltage, not on that. Right, let me zero it. It's good enough. So I'm going to take that side to that side, and do we get exactly 9 volts. So we're not getting nothing from this side, see? Millivolts, which is nothing. So we want to take it from this side. No, that's millivolt. So this is what I'm saying. We need to, so basically what I need to do next then, I need to find where that 9 volts is going, and then take the red wire with that, because it's obviously the voltage is going in at one end of this fuse. I want it to come out of the fuse to give me 9 volts, and then I can take that wire and put it on the existing wire that was in there and replace that connection I've done yesterday. So this is what we need to do. So I need to just probe these, because this looks like the line for the 9 volts. Millivolt, which I'm surprised. But you know what it could be, didn't you? Thinking about it. These components are in, right? All these components are in. Now the trouble is, if it's trying to read from one side, which if I probe that, because this is the earth, and then go from this side, we should get 9, which we do. But if I go to the other side, we get millivolt, because there's nothing coming out of it at the end of the day. So that to me is reading, it's reading these ceramic capacitors, and that's what I think it's reading. So I reckon it's reading it in circuit, and I bet I'm right. I need to disengage these capacitors to give me this line, because I don't want to cut it. If I cut that there and make us, I could do actually, that might be the easiest, wouldn't it? Disconnect it in there, because I'm literally looking at the circuit side, and it looks like it goes right up to these capacitors with this line. So this is the other side of the fuse. So when you look at the other side of the fuse, obviously I've got the live going in, which is from this side here, and then I don't know where this line goes. it's not going into anything. It looks like it comes into the output because it's all to do with the transformer. But all I'm interested in is this fuse and the output of the fuse. So the fuse holder is there. So we've got one section there, which is going to be one side of the live, and this will be the other side of the live. It won't be an earth. So what I need to do is that when I probe that, I'm not getting nothing, which you wouldn't, because there's no live going into it at the end of the day, which makes perfect sense because you've only got one side of the live coming out at the end of the day. But also these ceramic capacitors are connected to the other side, so that's going to make like a filter, which that could take the voltage down even more, which I don't really want to do. The idea, all I want to use this for is purely for that fuse and that fuse only, and take the output. So what I might have to do is because look, if I put one end on here and then probe these ends. Oh, actually, I do. I'm getting -9. I'm getting -9 volts. So if I probe one end, let me do that again. So I might not have to. I thought that I might have to cut it because I thought them ceramic capacitors might act as a filter. Yeah, it has dropped the voltage. It's actually, let me bring the voltage meter in so you can see it. It has dropped the voltage down, which I thought it would have done, to be honest. So I'm going to probe one end. This is what I love about learning about voltages at the end of the day, and how it drops its capacitance, and learn about from its capacitance side. So it went from, if I probe it here, we get 8.8. So it's literally 0.2 of an amp. It's lost in its value in that. So you know, if we was trying to read that from direct on that front, we get exactly 906 by that timed fuse. That's what's dropped the voltage. It's not that it's reading these. It looks like to me it's running through that little tiny bit of wire and it's dropped its value. So by me probing that side, we're actually getting 8.80. So it has dropped it down. I'm hoping that should be enough. But if I probe any of these, we got 8.8. So it looks like it ain't going to make no difference. It goes from 8.81 all the way up to this one here. No. So I can solder that from there. It ain't going to make no difference then. So I can leave all them ceramic capacitors in. It's not going to hurt. So we're still going to get 8.8. So that's okay. That's fine. I'll leave the earth where it is, so it's grounded, basically. Oh no, actually, come to think about it, no, I won't. I'll have to desolder that and put that in with the radio, because that would be an earth point. Because otherwise, this board, that was the idea of these bridge sort of these pin connectors, because some of these were ground, so it transferred to the other side of the board, because this was the output. Some of these would have had 9 volts, 5 volts and 9 volts. It probably would have put it on that front. So yeah, I suppose that would have then wouldn't have mattered if it was soldered to that, because it would have grounded, it would have carried through the circuit and back out to the other side and grounded it. So I will have to desolder that, take that and put that directly, because it's coming literally, it's coming from the side of the barrel connector of the 3.5 inch jack. So really, because that's the main important, but leave this connected and solder another live wire to this side of the fuse, so it can give me just under 9 volts out into the board. So now it will have a protection, a times 800 milliamp fuse, which is only a 1 milliamp on the power supply. So that's overkill. So that's how it should be. The voltage on your power supply should be about 1 amp. Your timed fuse, if this is a fast burning fuse, would be roughly 800. The value would be under, then not over, because otherwise as soon as you plug it in, it would pop the fuse, which you don't really want it. You don't want it. You want it the other way round. So you want the voltage going in. The time it goes through the circuit and through the fuse, it drops the voltage down, so it protects the fuse. So then your output, when it's under load, I'm just hoping when it's under load, that's going to drop a little bit more. But I won't know how much more until I put it in circuit. So yeah, I'll give that a go. It makes sense on that front. So let me I can solder this to any one of them legs. It ain't going to make any difference. So what I need to do is put the wire. I need to put the wire through something. So if I put the wire under, and then I can because this has got to sit on top of the board at the end of the day, and it's got to sit. The board has got to sit where this barrel jack is on the board, so I can put the screws in. So I don't want nothing going over these holes where they're circled yellow. So I thought this is going to be the best bet. So what I do, we give it a go. I can't see why this is a much better idea. You know, because I'm keeping this radio, because it works lovely. There's nothing wrong with the radio at the end of the day. But I wasn't happy with it yesterday. I wanted protection, and it didn't have none. So I'll tell you what, because that was burning my bloody fingers last time. Where's my let's have a look. Let me have a quick look, because I can't see buckle. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to burn my fingers, because I've got enough burn marks as it is, and these soldering irons are extremely hot. The trouble is, I can't find anything in here. I want my little, because I've ordered more stuff from not AliExpress, Temu. I've ordered some stuff from Temu. It comes to about 60 quid, but then I've ordered an extension USB hub, 7 of them, 7 in one port, tweezers, some decent tweezers. These are okay, but they're not. These are supposed to be precision tweezers, but I've bent the crap out of these like you wouldn't believe. And this is what I need. I need a variety of just holding it, so it don't, it just gives your hands a little bit of extra protection. It's just bung a little bit of solder, that'll do. God, Jesus. But no, I thought, no, I'm going to have another crack at this. I know that I have done it, it is working, but I thought, no, I really do want, I want this to have some form of protection on there. Then I know that if there's any issues, it's now got a fuse running through it. And I can just I'll order some more fuses. That's better. Can't find me tin. Oh, it's over there. So I'll just use a towel. Right, so we've now got, if I test that now, we should now have, basically, we've got going in. Now, if I test this coming on there, we should have 9 volts coming out. So hopefully, 9 volts coming out. Well, just under 9 volts, give or take, at the end of the day. Let me zero it. That's it, zero it. It's on voltage. So what I'm going to do is probe one end. Probe any of that end. And what I want to do is just probe. Yes. Actually, the value's gone up a little bit. That could be due to the heat in the thing. It's actually 8.80, wasn't it? At the end of the day, it's gone 0.886. So it's actually, the value's gone up a little. That could be because I'm using copper wire, solid copper wire strands, which is better at the end of the day, which I wanted to do anyway. So I'm going to have to still desolder that. So let's take that off quickly. Hopefully she's off. get rid of that plastic. Let's turn that off for a minute because I ain't going to need that. Hopefully. And then what I could do now is put this back in, and then we can go from there. Because once this is done, I shouldn't have to open this back up, because now I know that for peace of mind I've got protection on this part of the circuit, which that's what I really wanted, to be honest. I just wanted it to have a little bit of protection. Because this, like I said, this is working lovely, and I've not got any issues. But I wasn't happy with that anyway. So first things first, let me take that out. That's what I mean with the things on it. So let me, that's it. Right, take that off. So what I need to do is now snip that out. I can't use that. See, I didn't pinch the wire. I only pinched that cable, but this barrel connector, when I stripped the wires yesterday, it was dreadful. It wasn't the best, and I wasn't happy of the way it was, because it wouldn't go in properly. Well, it went right in, but it wouldn't make a connection. So what I need to do is now scalp. Oh yeah, look. Okay, where's my other little pliers? I've just found them buried underneath me bloody thing. The capture card, that Elgato capture card I got. I've managed to get it working. That was it, a miss. That wouldn't work properly for some reason. I don't know why. I couldn't get a display. So they should just be plug and play at the end of it. And yeah, I managed to sort it out on that front, but then I can't get no bloody sound out of it. I thought, Jesus. I thought, just like everything else. I can always put more shrink wraps on. And I know I've really got to order more of these shrink wraps, because I've gone through shrink wraps like you wouldn't believe. Because again, shrink wraps will give you that protection of any wires, which I would have anyway. Right, that's in that one. Yeah, see, that's ground. See, this is why I wanted to separate it, because the live. So what I really want to do first, take the live off, right? Because this sort the live out first before I do anything, because I'm not happy with the way that was right next to each other. I know it was protected, but I just wanted it, you know, separated away, because ground and live should not be next to each other. It's a bit like anything. So hopefully I'm going to just snip. Actually, it wouldn't hurt, would it? Because I can use all of that. So this is the live. So I need to put that on that solid core strand. And then now I can solder that what I need to do is strip that back. Because this is going to be the live on that front. Oh yeah, that's all right, I have got it on there. I thought make sure you put this shrink wrap on first. And then I can solder these wires after. Bend that over. This is why I like solid stranded wire, especially copper, because you can bend it, and this is quite resilient, so it's not only is better for heat, you know, it's better for connectivity, so there's less interference. This is the reasons why I love that type of stuff anyway. That's the only thing. Everything's connected. Basically, like that. That looks nice. That is perfect. Look at that. That has made a lovely bond. That's just what I wanted. I wanted a nice bond like that. Let that cool down because it's still going to be a little bit toasty. Now we've got that, I can now put, let's just double check it, make sure that that's not going to snap. No, that's fine, absolutely fine. So now I can put a heat shrink over that. And that now will be protected. So let me just grab the tip. I'll watch the caps because there's a cap there. I don't want to pop the cap with the excessive heat. Oh, what's that? Self-taught. Yeah. So we've now got wire going directly into that. All I've got to disconnect now is basically disconnect this earth. I mean, that wire wasn't the greatest. I think that's what was giving me problems yesterday, you know, with that. And I wasn't happy with the way that was, because I've got all these earths strapped to this and it just looked so jank. And I went, I'm not happy with that. There's something about it. And it was, after that yesterday, it wasn't making a proper connection, which is not ideal. So I labelled these speaker ones, I labelled speakers, so I made sure I've done it all. So I'll tell you what, this is good bloody scalpel, isn't it? It's probably blunt as hell. Kind of, mind you, this stuff is, once these bonds, these go really good, like really strong. Right, so first thing, thank God for that. This is what I was saying about with the wire yesterday. Looking at the state of that was so oxidised, that wire. I bet that's all the way down. I'm going to actually bin that. I'm not going to bother putting that back in because I think that's all right, and I end up thinking, no, it's not. So what I want to do now is what I need to do now is earth that out from that pin. So what I could do is now re-wrap all this up, but I've got to get another heat shrink. I did have, God, my table's a mess like you wouldn't believe. Right, I think that one might do it. So if I put a wider heat shrink on all of them, yeah. So what I'll do, I'll put that in. I can actually leave that out and then I'll do it from the bottom. So basically what I wanted to do is now wrap all of these earths together and then solder it. Ouch. This is why I wanted these little needle ones, because these are great. Small and precise. So we've got that on there. Now, if I was grab my soldering iron, what was that? Where is my solder? Flux is the key. Where's my flux? There it is. Let's just burn a little bit of flux on that. Just help give that. I know you don't need it, but it just help to bond it. And I'm fed up to keep getting eye as a kite with all the smells of this. That's better. That's better. That's much better. The idea with the earths, you want it to be like, actually, yeah. I've done that, you know, and I know what I've done, but that heat shrink should have been over that. Bugger. That's all right, I can take it from this end because this is the ground. So I can take it from that point, so I'm not really bothered. I can slip it over that way, and then this has got to be bent back over and then soldered in there. Let me just inspect that, make sure that's all in causes. Yeah, it is, so that's absolutely fine. So I can actually bend that round like that and put that heat shrink over it, if I know what I've done with the heat shrink. And then in theory, that should be it. I mean, that should then go directly to that barrel jack. Once I earth this out to that board, put the board back, and then that's it. I ain't got to worry about, I can put all the side back. I ain't got to worry about gluing anything because this is soldered to the board. I've made a little bit of a bigger hole on that. I can't see that not being an issue. So hopefully, who's jumped on board? Gaffel, how you doing, bud? Oh, glad you jumped in. Yeah, back on the radio, as I was explaining, the I can't get the transformer, the AC/DC transformer. I can't get one, and the one I was looking at yesterday was an AC to AC transformer. Yeah, the UK don't have AC; it uses DC, and I got advised that if I plugged that in, it would have gone bang. Which I thought it would have done because of thinking about it. The AC is an alternating current, and we used a direct current. It's all about the waveform of that, and it's we don't use it. So he said the alternating current peaks and then drops to zero, and when it peaks again, that's your AC, your connection. He said, but DC is a flat line. He said there's no give. He said, and them power supplies need that droppage to reach to near enough zero. He said, so you would have blown it. He said, if you would have plugged it in. So I'm glad he did. I just wanted to confirm it. So I've come up with a better idea. So I thought yesterday with that connection that I used, this one, the wire wasn't the greatest, and it wasn't making a great connection due to that wire being oxidized, and it is really poor. So I found this off an old radio, and it looks like brand new, so it's much better in connectivity. I drilled the original board just so slight so I can get the pins through, made a hole at the side so it looks like it's all factory, and yeah, and this is on the last stage that I'm going through just to put this all back because I'm keeping this radio. I really wanted this done, but I wanted some form of protection by putting it through, which would have been best if I could, because at the moment it had no protection on it whatsoever, just none. So you know, I wasn't very happy with the way that was situated on that front. So I thought, you know, there's got to be a better idea. And when I looked at it closely, I thought, actually, that could work. I can't see why it shouldn't, and it did. Let me read your message. Now the AC is so far is the outlets. It's the outlets you have. Oh right, okay. So yeah. So the outlets. No, the mains is AC. Yeah, but he told me I can't put DC straight into it. He said you'll blow it basically. He said it's not designed for that purpose. So he said you're better off trying to look for a buck converter. But I already had a look for them, and they only go up to 48 volts. It doesn't matter. I mean, I would have liked to put it back to, you know, to put it, you know, try and find an alternative. it's not easy because you're mucking around with voltages, and voltage is very dangerous, like all power supplies. You know, when you're mucking about, transformers are no exceptions. They take high power to give you low power, because everything's got some form of voltage adapter that will have that, like a bit like a transformer inside them. So yeah, it's a little bit of a bug, a pisser really, because now you've got to look for alternatives. But this should work, because all I've done now, I've took it from the barrel jack straight to the I took it straight to the fuse, which before, you know, because the transformer was before the fuse, which wasn't ideal, I've done it the way it should have been, fuse first, so anything that goes in, it will give it its protection. And I've looked, it was a timed fuse, fast burning, and it was 800 milliamps. So it was just right for what a 1000 amp sort of ampage on a power supply would give anyway. So I thought, I can't see that not being a problem. So, but it's dropped the value down so slight. So, and that's the only thing. So at the minute, we're just going to shrink wrap all this up. These are now soldered. I love the smell of burnt plastic. No. No. I don't like the smell of burnt plastic. Right. So I now can put this back. I can do that bit in a minute. I just want to see, before I do anything else, is just to put this back in there now and see how we get on. Oh no, I can't, because it's got to be now soldered to the, I've got the earth coming out, which is this one here. And what we need to do now is just solder that and that. That should make a connection, in theory. I can't undo the bloody radio thing, that's the only snag. And it doesn't give me the greatest of connections, but you know, we'll wing it. It should be alright. I can't see why not. So where is that? I knew Andy wouldn't be able to do them Xboxes, the Series X. They're so complex on them. There's so many fragile components on there. This is reasons why I don't do them type of consoles. I wouldn't even dream of it, because there's too much for it to go wrong, and they're too complex to find out. You know, you've got all these, you know, chips, which is not ideal, where, you know, to actually put something in, you know, if one of them retimer chips, you're guessing, you're not diagnosing it. You can use UART, but UART doesn't give you, you know, all its values, and you're thinking, bloody hell, how am I going to know that at the end of the day? Right, so we've got that one there. Oh, that one's got to go to that, innit? So this one is, what's that? That's ground. So we've got to have a ground, and this one goes to the ground for the speaker. So, no, that, am I right? Hold up, let me have a quick look. I think I labelled that. Let me just double check. No, so it's this one. This is, no, I've got that wrong. So that one goes over there. That goes to speaker. Right, okay. So it's this one here that's got to go to ground. Because I actually try, I like to colour code it and get it the, you know, the proper things. So this is a ground point. It's only got to ground it, so just gives it its pins. And then I can do some, just do some testing. Come on. I'm having a right pig's ear moment on this one. It doesn't want to solder. Right. And it's getting hot and all. It starts burning your hands. Come on. See, the solder, I've got a 370. It's you know what it is? It's the old solder that's on it. It's not great. Let's bung some low melt solder. This fucking solder is shit. It's just diabolical. It just don't seem to. Right, that's better. Just don't want to stick. Wow. Seriously, it does not want to stick. I just don't want to have it at all. Wow. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. That just don't want to have any of that. Burning my hands. Let me use my other tweezers and see if I can push it and keep it down. You know what it is? I've got the components on here and it's not helping. And because the wires, the rest of it is connected, I'm trying to keep it straight and get it to solder. It's just finding that sweet spot. It'll go. Yeah. Watch your fingers. Fingers? What fingers? Fucking. Do you know what? It obviously don't help with a shit soldering iron. And this is the reasons why these cheap soldering stations, when you pay about £70 for them, these are like beginners. Now that's not even sticking. This is why I'm having issues. It can't stick. This is why you have to keep your tip clean. And that is is still not perfect. This is much good as a chocolate fire guard, I tell you. That's better. That's better. I'm happy with that. I'm going to bung a little bit more on that other one. I want it to be over the wire than the wire sitting on top of it, because that's not ideal. You know, I'm not saying it's only an earth, but the more you want it to be as pure as possible. No, that wire has come out as usual. Of course it would. It's not going to play ball today. It's just don't want to play ball. And the angle probably don't help as well, because you're trying to do things at a really cockeyed angle and you're thinking, bloody Nora, why ain't that working? So that's better. That's it, that's done it. Do you know what, it just takes that one moment, doesn't it, to actually for it to bottom, then you're saying problem solved. Right, let me just turn it off, otherwise it'll burn that out and I won't have a soldering iron. And that's the last thing I bleeding need. Right, so yeah, good. We have now got earth, we've got the ground going in now from the radio, going to the barrel connector. So we've got earth going to earth, because these are redundant, they ain't going to do nothing anyway. We've got the live now, should be going in, going to that part of the end of the transformer which connects to one end of the fuse. The other end of the fuse, the other side of the fuse, I've took it a little bit further down, coming out is now going into the battery side. So this should power up. Fingers crossed. in for a penny, in for a pound. I can't see it why, because yesterday that bloody connector was an absolutely joke of a thing, because it just wouldn't connect. It weren't doing nothing. It was just, and it was more frustrating. Remember, I've got one speaker disconnected on there, so I know this looks a bit janky, but it is now going into a fuse. So hopefully, let me power this up and see if we got anything, and we haven't. So again, yeah, that's a bit frustrating, that. You sure it ain't these bloody golden tips? Actually, come to think about it yesterday, I didn't give that a thought, you know. Could it be these tips that's incorrect? So let me try some of these, because I've got a stack of these. How do I know that ain't 40? I don't have these at 40. I've got a green one. Let's see if it's a green one. No, that ain't a green one. Orange, I think we tried orange before. No, orange won't go in. So it can't be a red one. What about a blue one? No, ain't any of them. Wow. I just want to see if that tip is causing the problem. Oh, we got a lovely, that feels a bit more snug. So, I want to put the tip where it says tip, plug that in now, at the end of the day. That felt a bit more snug. No. I'm going to just quickly put the tester on and see if we got 9 volts going in. Can't see why, because like I said, I wanted it to have some form of protection on there. So let me probe the out. Now we got nothing going out. That's why. So we don't seem to be having anything coming out of that. So, which is a bit strange, because like I said, I probed it. No, we've got millivolt, so we've not got nothing coming out, because we've got, if I touch it direct, we've got 906. If I come out from here, I've got nothing. So we've, for some reason, what about connectivity? Have we got continuity from one inside to the other, which we should have? We have from the earth, and what about from that side to there? And we have from there. So it is making connection, because I can hear it. But we've got no 9 volts. Now I tested that before I connected it, and it works, which is really strange, because I don't understand the reasons why that is not working. There should not be a reasons why that should. That was soldered to the battery, directly to the battery on that front. Let me put it on the radio. On that front, so I know. But so coming out from the babble jack itself, let me alter that connection and put it closer. I wonder if it is because it's connected to that resistor, but I checked all this. It said it was fine. It was absolutely fine. There was no issues with it whatsoever. But we should be having 9 volts. Which is frustrating. I'll read your message in a minute, guys. Let me just desolder this. Fuck Hey, what's that? Oh, it would help. I switched it on. No, so dear. I mean, what's up with this soldering iron? It's getting worse by the minute. Yeah. I just looked. I didn't put it on, did I? It's what happens when you work on these things long enough. You start going delirious or something, you know, start hallucinating, seeing things. You think, Jesus, look. I mean, I've never known a soldering iron to take. It's 370. I don't want to go too mad. You know, it's just finally come off. Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. So what I need to do is pull it the other side of that pin. That's what I should have done. Well, I'll put on some solder on it because that looks like as dry as, you know, as the Sahara Desert. Bit of lead-free. I'm nearly out of that. Jesus, I use so much lead-free stuff. That's better. No melting. No, burning my fingers. Right, okay. So I want to put it the other side of the fuse. I should have just done that to start with, shouldn't I? I can't see why this is not working. I do. Lovely jubbly. You sure that it's because I've put the fuse in that is it dropped the voltage too much? I mean, it went from 906 down to 880. I mean, that could be another reason, you know. It's dropped its resilience down to a bit. I mean, this is a grand, so this ain't gonna hurt anyway. But, I mean, everything else is all wired up. So I've got speaker. That's another part for that ground over there. The battery's connected up to the battery side, and I've soldered that just to eliminate it. But we've got nothing for some reason. So the only other way of taking out is if I take that fuse out, that timed fuse. Let's see if I can bridge it to see if that's the case. If it is, it could be that it's not got enough for it to connect through. Where's my spatula? No. So I wondered why that is. I wonder if it's that power supply, you know. No. It's come back on again. So, but we've got nothing going through. Nothing. There's literally no power in this whatsoever. So I don't quite understand because I've got the ground points to that. All I'm doing is going through to the battery side. So I'm wondering if it is that going into the 12 volt side. And that's frustrating because, let me have a quick read, because that was working yesterday, it's like you said. Is there a switch for the batteries? No. The way it works is just that you just put batteries in it and it just goes direct in from that. But yesterday I did have this fully working, so I wanted to use this board. So, and the board, I can't see the board being an issue because there's nothing else, you know, resilient for it. So I'm just wondering if it's the power supply. For some reason I can't seem to push it down. 12 volts. There you go. Let's read the output of that now. That's gone down to 12. Let's just quickly read to see if that's reading 12 volts. 11.67. Do you know what? That's what worries me. Is it that because there's not enough voltage going in? You know, I can't not seeing it being an issue at the end of the day, but nothing, absolutely nothing. So I'll put it even on 12 and we've got nothing going in. Let's put that other white one back. Put it on the plus. So one's on the plus, one's on the minus. Nothing. It's absolutely got nothing from it. But that's strange because reading it from there on that front, we should have had power because we've got the connection from the other side of the fuse, which is really, really weird. Let's put that back onto 9. But we've literally got nothing on that. Now yesterday, why is the plug still on? And it must be the capacitors in it. I thought, Jesus, let's just read the capacitance in there. Make sure that's gone back to 9. But I can't see that not being an issue on there because, like I said, it's nothing else is feeding there except from the jack itself. And I know the jack's making a connection because I've done it. So literally with these, this is what I don't get. What we got? We got 907. We're back to 907. So we're back to 907. Let's take this off. I'm sweating for a minute. Bloody hell, it feels like I've got the batteries. Yes. Because you've got to make sure. Hold up. Oh, you know why it ain't working, guys? Look what I've just pulled out. Told you I'm not. I didn't connect the battery to the battery. This is the battery one. This is why we've got no power. What I'm going to say, as Del Boy said to Rodney, you plunker. It ain't my wiring. I didn't think it was. I honestly didn't think it was. I thought, nah, there's got to be an issue. There's the battery one. Look, I forgot to put the battery one in. See, that's what I said with all these bloody wires everywhere. So what I've done, I soldered the battery. I soldered the wire from here, but this is the battery one. And this is a feed goes into this. So that one's got to come back off and refeed. But what I could do, I could actually solder it to the board. It's long enough because I don't want to. I'm running out of things on that. So what I'll do, if I strip the wire back and then just solder it to the board from the back end from here, it'll be fine as long as it's got a feed. I thought that, you know, I thought, boy, it was bloody working yesterday. Now why ain't it working all of a sudden? This is what I'm saying about all these wires. PCs to Bears, good evening and an evening chat. How you doing, bud? Phillips. Yeah, so yeah, that's probably why I'm not getting a feed. I thought, nah, there's something wrong. There's something's not quite right. Yeah, well, it will help if I put the wire on. So that probably is not going to help. And this is a battery that come off that terminal that said live. It was a live battery feed. So what I want to do is, if I go a little bit further up and just gently like that. So what I've done, I don't want to cut it because just in case at one point in its time I can't get these connectors, and these are the original terminal connectors that ping on that board. So at the end of the day, so what I'll do, I will I could put a shrink wrap over that. If fucking running out of shrink wraps, and then just add a bit of wire to that and bridge it over. I can't believe I've done that, you know. What a total end. It's easily done. It's it's one of them things. It can't be helped. You're right. Do you know what? I was so lucky that went over. I thought that's not going to go over. It's just not. It's warm. That's what it is. It's warm. It don't help because I live in a flat. Next door, they're a bit of an odd couple. Next door that live next door to me, right opposite in the wall. They're the wall. And the trouble with flats, and I don't like. This is the only thing living in a flat, and I don't like. You can hear conversations, like you can hear a dog bark, them going to the toilet, and you're thinking, oh bloody, I don't really want to hear that. Well, she's a bit of a wild one. I'm not in for. It's up to people what they do, but she's always shagging different blokes next door. She's always got and they're like a bunch of skanks. They're not like the nicest of people. You don't want to mix with because the what's named on it. But I thought, Jesus, some people haven't got no values, morals to their self on that front. And no, do you know what? I'm not going to use that. Let's use that. And she tends to have Tom, Dick and Harry next door. And she ain't bothered. And, so on that front, it's like earlier on, I was trying to watch Andy's stream while I was sorting this out. And the next minute, she's got some other bloke in here, and they're having a go, and I can hear the bloody headboard banging against my wall. I banged on the wall and saw it. But they still carried on, they ain't bothered. I thought, that's the only thing living in these type of flats. Keep it private. I don't want to know what goes on. So it's that simple, But nothing surprised me. I was surprised she ain't caught an STD. The way she goes at it, But some people, they just don't care, do they? And she's. I think she takes drugs. Anything like that. But that wouldn't surprise me. People like that, they don't care. And, they abuse their body that much. It's unbelievable. But yeah, that's what I put on Andy's stream. I said, bloody hell, the bloody headboard's going there. Thought, really? I don't really want to hear that. You can keep it to yourself. Right, okay. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this round. And fold it back, then put the shrink wrap, heat shrink over. Let's see if I can bend that back. Because I don't really want to cut these wires. I just don't like cutting them. It's not, it's bad enough I've had to do some alterations to this whatsoever. But I'm hoping today this will be its final destination, and that's it. Thank God that's done, because that's done my frigging head in at the end of the day. It gets to the point, but I thought, well, it's got to be done because I can't do it any other way. There's no way around the system. Unfortunately, it's just not. It's going to be one of them things you just got to learn to live with. You're thinking, well, I've got to do it. Do you know what? That's not a good place to put it, is it? Clearly not. The trouble with these plastics, they're so brittle. That do. Just got to find it. Because I know what happens. I mean, it ain't going to probably go anywhere, but I just like to be overkill. That's bonded. That's bonded lovely. So now I can, if I can get the heat shrink, because this one's a small one. It's not. I've got a small one. As Andy puts it on his thing. Jesus H, freaking Christ! That's the only thing with that copper wire. It's so tight. It is extremely tight. I don't want to end up ripping the wire, breaking it from a pole. At the moment, I was looking at a gorgeous, sharp, linear, double-sided record player. There's one on eBay. He wants 150 for it broken, and I'm very tempted to buy it. It needs a good clean, and it's retro at the end of it, and it's got 4 days to go. He's already put it up twice, but I'm waiting for him to drop the price a bit, because to me it's a little bit pricey, because I've got to find, if I can't repair it, I know an old boy, and he's rock solid when it comes to things like that, and he'll only charge me probably about 50 quid to properly get it done, because they're worth getting fixed, because I love I love all this retro type of stuff to have on display. I mean, I've got a Philips one down there, reel to reel, but I'm having issues trying to get the belt on. Fucking absolute nightmare trying to get the belt on. It's not the easiest to get the belt on them things. So, but yeah, this, come on, just want it to just pull over just enough. I don't want to damage the wires, see? That'll do. Do you know what? That's good enough. I do. I just don't want the wires touching. I can put another, actually what I could do, see if I've got a bigger shrink wrap, I might be able to put a bigger one over there and then stream that one. But I've used so many of these shrink wraps, I'm going to have to order some more, because I don't think I've even got anything that's going to come close to that at this point. And I'm nearly out now, because I've used so many of these, because they're great for protection. So what can I use? So I'm looking roughly around about there. So that then protects that connector, because this is going to be alive. That'll do. Look at that. That is perfect. So that then got a second one. What are these guys up to? Anything this evening? Do you know what? I ain't owned a TV licence coming up to now nearly 13 years. Right, and I never miss Sony, because I won't pay the BBC. They're not getting my money. And I don't miss anything on the TV all the years I've not watched it. It's not like since the 1980s. It's completely different. It's all gone downhill. A lot of the, like, I noticed the other day, I looked on YouTube, and they've redone Bullseye, and I went, oh no, you are kidding me. They took a Jim Bowen, right, and a 1980s Bullseye, and they have completely and utterly ruined the show. I turned it off. I only watched 30 seconds, and I went, no, it's not for me. Our TV licence is included in the taxes now in Sweden. Do you know what? You say that, right? They're bringing, the way this government's going in the UK, they're bringing out so many different rules and regulations. We have got into a China state, and that's no exaggeration whatsoever. I mean, Sweden is a lovely part of, it is a lovely place. I've never been to Sweden, but they have got some, they've got the rules and their taxes. And the UK ain't far from what they're taking from other countries, which is bloody ridiculous, because they're looking at that and they're thinking, do you know what? That's a good idea. We could actually introduce that and we can get more money, because all they're doing is just eating people and hurting everyone's pocket at the end of it. So, which is not ideal, because, you know, like you said, people are struggling. You might have to go to work, and you're thinking, oh, for bloody hell, you know, now I've got to try and look out for getting more money to pay for something that I didn't really want at the end of it. It's tax. It's all this country is all about. The UK is tax. We've got the highest taxes in the country than any other European country and nation going. I know America has got some high taxes, but not like the UK. It's just not. But this is why I love Donald Trump. I think I would like him for a Prime Minister over here. We wouldn't have all these illegal migrants coming over and making and causing nothing but trouble. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. Some migrants, it should be a proper system in play, not just come on a boat and just help yourself at the end of the day. And to give them 5-star hotels. We've got war veterans fought in, they've fought in the war and everything. And what have they got? Absolutely nothing. I mean, you know, like all politics, it's just unbelievable. They just don't want to do anything. You know, think of our own come last. That's all they do. They will just come last. We've got no say in the matter whatsoever. It's such a shame. You know, I just feel like we've been massively let down. And all they want to do is just keep hurting our pockets. Right, so I've put that battery on there now. So what I'm going to do is, let's see if we now, because that battery should now be connected. Oh, jeez. What the heck is that? That can go. No, the solder can't, because I might need it. So, let me plug that back in. I've put the green tip back on, by the way, because the green one felt a bit more snug. Well, he says that. Now I can't bloody get it in. No, it ain't. So I can't use the green one. Alright, was it the red one? I can't remember. No, it was the red one. It wasn't the green. It was the red. So tip goes to tip and the plus. There you go. Have we got anything? Absolutely nothing at all. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I've got the battery that goes from the battery side, and we've got no power on this whatsoever. Put that white tip back on. I can't get that. I really don't get that at all. I am really confused. Let me just get the voltage. Yesterday, that connector was crap. It did work, because you guys did see it working at the end of the day. And now I can't get nothing. And it ain't blown. Far from it. So, I'm going to put the earth to the earth. So it's earthing out. And we're going to put 9 volt to 9 volt. No, we're getting no voltage on this whatsoever. So if I connect it, we're getting a 9 now. No, we're not getting no voltage. Absolutely no voltage on that whatsoever. So if I connect that one to that side, we get 9 volts in, but not 9 volts from the other side. Wow. That doesn't make any sense. So let me take that fuse out. It's just not seem to be making. That's weird. We've got no voltage in that whatsoever. And and the fuse, it's only an 800 milliamp fuse. The F501, that's the make. So because it's a fast burning fuse. The other one says T, stands for timed. So there's no voltage on one side, which the power is going in from one side to the other. Because I've put a test on it, and we've got we should have 9 volts. She's on. She's switched on. Oh, that's sorry. I'm looking at the wrong side. So yeah, we got 9 volts. 906. We've got 906. But we've got millivolts on the other side, which is no reading. Literally nothing. That's weird. That is the most weirdest thing I've ever seen. At the end of the day, I have never seen anything like it. I know it says daft. Where's my pliers? Let me take this out. Right. That's back on. Just bridge it with wonder why that is not working from that to that. No, I don't get it. I'm really confused, guys, because in theory that these should be connectivity there. Regardless, it should be connectivity. Regardless of what's going on, I don't get that why that's not working. Because putting the fuse in, even if I grounded the ground out to the, we got a ground here, haven't we? So that's just for the radio. So you wouldn't get anything anyway from that. But regardless, that I'll put the wire back in. Let's just put the wire back in on that. See if we can get, it might have to be, I doubt it because I've not known it to, where the wire's got to go in to make a complete circuit for that front. No, didn't think it would. No. And that's like I said, got the earth going to the earth, the live going to the battery is connected to that live side. Unless that battery one there has to be connected to that. Let's give that a go. Let's give it a go. I'm going to take the battery one off and put it directly to the side of the contact from the actual barrel jack itself. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it onto that 270. There you go. I'm going to take that one off. This is the battery side for it. Hopefully, that's mad. You know what? I cannot understand. There's nothing else protecting it on this circuit. At the end of the day, everything else is just made redundant on it. So I'm gonna just solder it directly. Would it help if I switched it off? Wouldn't it? Got power going through that. Let's take that connection. Oh, it is. It's out. That's it. So we got the battery coming directly on that side. Where's that connector? No, it ain't making no difference. No difference at all. So, going from that fuse, then the only other way I can say then, if I put it directly to the barrel, let's see if that powers it up. Because then I can eliminate if there is a problem in that circuit, take that one off and connect it directly to the barrel itself. So as if I was doing it yesterday. Come on. Melt your booger. She's on. It's not the greatest, but it makes connection. I hate working janky, especially I build a bigger table, and all I tend to do is just junk it. No, that's come off. Do you know what? This used me frantic. Power this up. This might do. Oh, the other one's come off now. Bloody hell. It's even better, isn't it? What's it on? 350. Don't seem to be melting it. Let's put it up to 400. Let it go red. It'll flash red and then it'll go green. It's at 400. I don't think that's enough. Wow, it's not even melting. That solder must be fucking diabolical. Let's crank it all the way up to maximum, 450. It's not even melting it. Jesus, that's enough to take your skin off, even at 300 Celsius. Yeah, it's just started to melt. That's unreal, isn't it? I've never seen anything like it. And it still ain't great, even at 400. Do you know what? No, it's not touching it. Because these are what they call precision soldering irons when you're doing micro soldering at the end of the day. I'll crank this one up. I'll take it all the way up to 400. Goes up to 450. Let this get warmed up a bit. It's fucking absolutely diabolical. Let me read your message while that's booting up. Wonder why, what's the transformer with that put? Yeah, see, again, I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting fact. I mean, without a working one, and you can't buy these working. I've not seen one working. They've all got problems. Or they've worked, I found one working, he wants 150 for it, and the tape don't work. He wants 150. That's a bit too much to find out, but it does work. But except for the tape. But it's mad. It's absolutely madness. Yeah, that's doing it now. Jesus. Right. That's not... They've all come out. So what I'm going to do, let me just twist all three of them together. Because trying to solder them, now I'm going directly against, you know, it's not being bypassed, it's being bypassed, so everything's going against, then it's coming out of the barrel jack connector. None of it's going in to the fuse. That solder is nasty. It really is nasty. It's not the nicest of stuff. Ouch. I'm going to put a dab of solder on that one because that's not the greatest. That's better. That's all bonded now. I can see it. I had to crank all the way up to 400 Celsius. That was getting hot really quick. So now I have to take this. You can start filling it. Yeah, they're all bonded. I can see that now. They're bonded as hell. I mean, it's a mess, but I want to see if why. I thought, is it the fuse dropping the voltage too much? Now these are connected to the earth, so these are earthed. So the barrel connection, so that ain't going to make no difference because they're going directly to earth. But now it's not going through the fuse, it's going directly to the barrel. So, unbelievable. It's the fuse, it's dropping the voltage too much. So let me turn that. I thought it was. So for some reason, if I connect it through the fuse system, it seems that the fuse is dropping the voltage too much on that front. I've gone to the barrel jack connection from that directly. I mean, that fuse is a low amp fuse, but is the fuse, what I didn't take in consideration, and I bet I'm right in saying this, let me turn that off, that works lovely. So is that fuse a 250 volt fuse? If it is, that's why it's not working. It needs 250 going through it. So one of them outputs on that transformer could be 250, and I'll bet that's why it's not working on that front. I didn't take that in consideration. It's not 9 volts. Even though it's coming out as 9 volts, it still needs 250 to power that up. And if that's, yeah, it is. Hang on, let's just double check. Let's read the other end. That says 850 milliamps, but it will say the voltage times fuse 800, 250. There you go. That's why it ain't working. So that's the issue that I'm having. Right, to have this is why it's not volting. It's not getting. I had it connected right, so it wasn't the work that I'd done. It's just that this fuse, that transformer on the output still needs 250 going in, and then the resistance from that comes out of 9 volts or thereabouts, or 1 amp or whatever it is to power on it. But because the output on this is so low, it's 0.2 of an amp, it's not enough. This is why all it's doing is creating like a short. So it's not got enough power for it to go in. It's too low at the end of it. And like I said, I tried bridging it, and all it was doing, it was just bridging out the power supply. So it's acting like a bridge. I've gone directly, the 1 amp that's coming out of the power supply is 1 amp. But when I put it under the thing, it literally was only pulling 0.2 of an amp. But I'm putting a 250 amp, I'm putting a 250 volt fuse that gives off 800 a timed fuse for that, but it needs 250 volts. That's why it ain't going to work. So the only other way for that to work, if I'm reading that correctly, I need to put some fuse wire, right, that is preferably like a 12 volt, right, or give or take. You've got different fuse, but not 250. Then that would work. In theory, that should work. But this is why this is not getting the voltage it needs. But it is working the way I've done it on there, because I've took it directly from the barrel jet. But I wanted it to go for some form of protection. So if there was a problem, it would have popped the fuse. And I haven't even got, I don't think I've even got any, mind you, I've got so much bloody talk, I hate to think what I've got, to be honest. I need to have a look to see if I've got any timed fuses, or something like, you don't want 12 volts because you're going over. It's got to be roughly around about 9 volts that's going through. But on the milliamp, you want roughly around about, I don't know, about 500. That would be great if they do one of that. But the chances are, no, they probably ain't going to do them. I wondered that. Oh, I actually wondered that. I thought that should work. And then I didn't take that in consideration. I actually just thought about it. Yeah, I've got some fuses here. What's these? Got these from Maplins before they even shut down. Yeah, probably not actually. These are glass fuses. Actually, don't you tell you what these are? No, I can't use them. 250 volt. I've just looked at the front. They're 250. These are glass. These are timed 500 milliamp. So exactly the same ones. I can't use them. Actually, what about? Hold up. What's these? I've got more here. 250. 250. Oh, great, they're all bloody 250s. These are 315s. These are 3 amp fuses. They're too big. I can't use them. It don't say what voltage now. I'll soon know if I see it. Don't tell me they're going to be bloody 250 volt because I won't be able to use them. 3 amp. 250 volt. Oh, for friggin' crying out loud. Right, okay, put them back. All 250 volt. Okay. Do you know what? You know what I might use, guys? I could just seen in there because I've got a bag of fuses, right? What's them ones? Are these ones timed? Probably. That one looks blown to me. Yeah. Do you know what I might be able to use? Look. What about a car fuse? Actually, I didn't give that a thought. I know these are bayonet typed. These are micro fuses. What's this? 10 amp. What do we? Yeah, 10 amp. Actually, that might do it. Might a 10 amp fuse. 7.5 is a 7.5 there. But the trouble is, I can always solder it. It's not a problem. 7.5. What do I need? I need a 9, don't I? If I put a 7.5, it's going to pop. It's going to pop the fuse. Is a 10 amp. Fucking hell, but jeez. How have I put them all in now? That's a 10 amp. Got some blue ones and some green ones. And see, I like to keep anything like that. That's a 30. No, it's true. That looks like that goes on. These are cars. So the 31 would be for relays. 15, radio. No, 10's for a radio, I think. 10 amp. The 10 amp one would be for a radio on these. 15. No, can't use that. We've got 7.5. I can't believe that. We've got a 10. Actually, I think that's going to be the closest, you know, a 10 amp fuse. 10. So I think to safeguard, I'll undo what I've just done, right, and I'm going to solder a 10 amp fuse. I think that might be my best bet. Put a 10 amp fuse on there, because I can't use them anyway. They're 250 volt at the end of the day, but it don't matter. Small price to pay, but at least it's the reasons why I like to keep bags of things like, you know, different fuses and other bits and pieces, because you never know when you need them. But I proved it. There is nothing wrong with that. It was so really, I was right what I said yesterday, that connector was absolutely jank. It was just rubbish. It was just wasn't connecting properly. It was causing multiple issues. So, and I said to you, didn't I? I actually said in the stream, I said, I'm not happy with the way that is. I said, because it should be getting, you know, I just barely touched it in and it made a connection. Now that connector was a lovely clean connector, and I thought, no, that'll do. I know that'd be all right. So we can use that. So I'll just double check and make sure again. Yeah, that's all right. That's working. So, so what I'm going to do is I'll take all them solder points out, and I'll try it again, because I am determined. I do really want to put it for a fuse. I just feel peace of mind if this, you know, it works. I didn't take that in consideration. Let me just quickly read. Yeah, let me read some of your messages, because I've been concentrating on that. So now the 250 on all of these fuses, but one handle 9 volts. No, because that transformer, when someone said, you know the output of the transformer, that transformer was for that reason. It must have been giving, even though it was a governor, it takes it from 250 down to 9 volts, but it still must pull a line on that board that it still needs 250 volts for the fuse. So the transformer is a big part of that front. But when I tried to do it, remember, I'm bypassing the transformer. So by leaving that fuse in, I thought, right, okay, then I'll take it directly to the fuse. Soldered one side of the wire to the other, and hopefully that'd do. But it was acting like a short. It was actually shorting itself out because the fuse itself still needed 250 volts. There must be some resistance in there, so it was grinding itself out. So I'm going to try again with a car fuse. This is what they call a Blade Mini fuse. They put these in most modern cars. These have got one for my Ford on that front. So no, I didn't. There's a thermal fuse in the transformer. Right? Yeah. Actually, there could be. You're right. There actually could be a thermal fuse. So what you're basically saying in that the thermal fuse for that to go. But then if that's the case, so I won't really know if that's true, and I'll do a live stream separate. I've got the original transformer. I'm going to take apart that transformer, and then we'll see if that is true because they're sealed. They're all encased in like a resin and tape, and they're all like bonded with a glue or something. But it's dead anyway. I can't use it. But I think that'll make a great sort of stream. I want to see what would, because I like to get to the cause of these things and what actually, because the way they've done it, they've put the transformer and then the fuse after, it didn't protect it. So it was sort of out of circuit. And it's obviously took the transformer, it's completely wiped it out because it was just reading in millivolts. It literally nothing. It was just dead at the end of the day. So yeah, I'll actually do that because I'm thinking that might be a better idea because that can give me an insight of if there is a thermal fuse inside. But if that did pop, then the transformer on the output should have still popped that timed fuse, but it didn't. There is what are there other components on that board? Well, the trouble with the board on these boards, on these old Sharp radios, you've got the ribbon that comes out, so the transformer sits on top. It just virtually sits on top of it. So the power comes in where that barrel jack is. So you've got the 110 and 240. So obviously someone's put 240 straight into 110 and popped the transformer, and you can actually see it. Look. So you can actually see, if I zoom it right in, you can see, I'm not lying, it does say 110 on that front. So let me zoom it right in and you guys can actually see. And then, because it's really laggy on that front. So let me, hopefully, if I zoom out just a tad, you guys can actually see 110. So basically you'll see about 230 and 110 basically, right? So on that front, that's what's happened. So you've got your circuitry going in directly from where it says the SO501, which is your power supply, your RC socket at the end of the day. And then you obviously got 2 pins coming out. That would give you your 9 volts or whatever that would give. And then it goes directly to the fuse. So they've done it the other way. They put transformer first, fuse second. But if you're right and that did say that has got a thermal fuse, that probably would make sense, because if that has, then why did they need a timed fuse putting it on the outside if that did have a fuse inside? Because if they did, they didn't need that timed fuse. It would have just popped the transformer. That's it. Then you wouldn't get no power going out, and obviously that's what's happened here. Something's popped inside that transformer and we've literally got no power going out. So, but, I'm more concerned about, would that be the case? If there is, then why didn't it? Obviously that must have took first, but this didn't even touch. Because looking at that circuitry and the way this is implated, we've obviously got, and I said this yesterday, I said we've got both sides of the circuit of the fuse, right, at the end of the day. This would have been up here, would have been the part of the power supply. You would have had 3 pins. So you'd have had you would have had literally 2 lives and a neutral, right? Which makes sense because the 2 lives would have been, one would have been 110, one would have been 240, the other side would have been an earth coming outside that transformer. So this would have been your input from your switch, right? Because this side would be the top one up here would have been your output. So these are all your inputs. So the inputs on there, that's what it would have give you roughly. One side would have been 110, the middle probably might have been 240, the end one might have been an earth at the end of the day, whatever one it is. And I'd say the end one was an earth because I could see a grand short to that, and it looks like that's where it goes. So these 2 here would have been at the side would have been live, right? So looking at that, once that power goes in, then it jumps straight over to these 2 pins at the top, which would have been your outputs. So these would have just read whatever it would have come out of, 9 to 10 volts coming out, but it would have still had 240 going in. And that makes sense because as soon as it's bridged, one of them bridges over to one of these connectors, and then it sort of goes into the circuit, which it does. And I'd say it's this one. Where's my tweezers? The reasons why I say that might have needed that is because I would say this one would have led into one of the sockets, which it did. And you can clearly see it does. If you follow the trace, right, I followed the trace, it goes all the way down to here, and then it bridges to this pin. Then that pin comes up on here, and then the other one is bridged over, and it goes all the way along, up, over to one of the sides of the legs. So that makes sense. So that's how it's getting its circuitry. So it's zigzagging, so it goes along, and then you've got the output. Once that voltage goes in, remember it's grounded. So as soon as that one live is now going through that on these sides here, which would have been your fuse, that then automatically feeds the other side over with the rest of the components. But you would have still had all your rest of these, because these would have been your output that jumps secondary to this second part of the board. So, which you've got, obviously, your 3.5-inch barrel jack there for your headphones, and then you would have had all of your speaker connectors, because now it's fed through the wire because of that input that's now all gone in. So I would say that was a bad mistake and a bad idea for that to be put in that way, because like you said, the fuse should have been here first, directly in line of the RC socket. So if there was a bridge and someone did accidentally put 240 into the 110 side, right, which on here, because this would have been your transformer, all they'd have had to do was move that transformer up, bring that fuse in front, right, and then put the bridge from that fuse one side. They've only had to put it one side, going into the one of the inputs to feed this as a live, because that's what it would have been. You would have had your live. So I don't know what the OV stands for, but you would have had live there and a live there. So the OV, I don't know what that was without looking at the schematics, and I can't get the schematics on these. So yeah, that would make sense, because if there was someone accidentally put 240 in the 110, the first thing it would have done would have said pop, and then blew the fuse, saved the transformer, and just blew the fuse. But no, they didn't. They put it in this way, going directly in line with just one of the legs to feed that live going into that fuse, and it did not pop. And that was the same fate as the other one that suffered. Exactly the same reason. And I managed to do exactly the same thing, but not do it this way, because I want to put a protection on it. So I'm thinking that I know these are not great, but I'm going to see if it just makes, this is a bladed fuse from a car, so no more than 12 volts. But that 250 volt fuse was acting like a ground. So I'm going to desolder this and try that again. Just try it again, but with that fuse taking it out. Because, like I said, I really wanted to have a fuse system in this, because I can't see it not being a problem with that. But obviously, them glass fuses, they must have some form of thermal resistance in them, because like you said, that would make sense. It's high voltage. Remember, it's DC. I OV is neutral, then 110, or lived in 240. Right, okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting. So yeah, you're right. It probably is. I mean, the way they've manufactured this is just been. They've gone arse about it, completely gone in a different direction, and just thought that'll do. It'll make it'll work. Yeah, it did work, but unfortunately, all you had was a thin bit of plastic to slide like a slider, to actually say, you know, we need to take that out. If that blows and you put it in the wrong port and you blow it, well, don't worry about it. You know, these were mass produced, but now there's not many left. I mean, most of these are all ended up on landfill, so these are even more rarer. You know, there's only about a dozen of these, and they're all broke. Most of these, 90% of them, and I'll tell you why they're broke, because they've all got the same fate as these. I bet they've put in accidentally, where these plastics go brittle, I bet they've put 240 straight into 110 and done took the transformer out, and then that's it. It won't work. You'll get nothing at the end of the day. Right, so that is out. Let me take that out. So I want to put this back now, the way it originally was intended, and then we can go from there again. Do you know what the annoying thing is now? You might have to take several attempts to actually do this before you actually finally get it something to work. But it's like you said the other day, it's a learning curve. Don't copy me, I'm not a professional at the end of the day. And it's you're exactly right. You know, it's learning. Remember, when you're doing this, all you're doing is watching other people learning, and you're learning from their mistakes at the end of it. And that's all you're doing. You're just learning from their mistakes. You're thinking, bloody hell, I would have done a better job, didn't I? But it's not as easy as it looks, and I can assure you it's not. You know, and this is a prime example. You know, it may look really easy to do, but I can assure you it is not easy to do on that front, because like all things, you know, it's, you know, everything is a challenge, and electrics are definitely a challenge. But I love a challenge. I mean, the more you do, the more confident you get. I mean, if you look at Retro 6, it took him over 10 years just to start acting professional. And now he's got a full-time business on it, you know, and this is a prime example of what I said earlier on. You know, it takes time. You're not going to learn this overnight, and you know, the more practice, it's all about practice. It's practice at the end of the day. Right, that's back on. Right, that is now. It's not great because I've burnt off the wire because the heat. Keep taking these off and taking them on, but it doesn't matter. I can strip them back and do it all properly. The main thing is, right, I wanted to put it back as how it was originally, how I had it to start with. So the output on the thing from the back of the barrel jack is going directly to one side of the fuse, that's what I wanted at the end of the day. So actually, no, it's got to go to the other side. Not that side, it's got to go to the other side of the fuse. So I've put the one side of the fuse wrong. It's got to make a connection, otherwise it won't, that will just bypass the fuse, which that's not ideal. I wanted it to go to the other side of the fuse. Let's get me tweezers, and I've got to get some decent tweezers, these bloody tweezers. These ones ain't so bad, but no, these are the bad ones. They're bent as a 9-bob note, I'll tell you, absolutely. They're appalling. But no, this is what I'm saying. The radio is working lovely. It's just this side is just, you know, sorting this out. Because I know I'm being fussy, but I want it to be protected. And there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of protection on that front. Right, is that soldered? It's not great, but it's connected. That'll do. So I only want to make a connection. That's all I want to do. So now we've got that. We've now, if you look into the circuit, right, if I'm looking at that. So what I wanted to put from the barrel jack, right? I wanted to actually put it from one side directly from the barrel, so the power comes directly out to one end of the fuse, that's what I've done there, right? This one is not. This is a speaker, right? That's a ground. So I've got to connect that to a ground. Is that a ground? Oh, that's a ground for the speaker. That's fine. No, that's absolutely fine. I can get rid of that. I can put that over there. So we've got one side of the fuse as the live coming directly in. Now the other side, these are going into the radio. So basically what I've done is took these are, yeah, so one side of that is the live going all the way up and gone to that pin on there, which feeds this, right? So that's what it's doing, it's feeding that. So now I'm wanting to put the fuse in to see if that actually physically works. Let's see if that does. And we've got nada, literally nada. So I don't get that why, but if I do it all together, it works. So that's bridged. You can clearly see that is bridged, right? That is bridged over. It is making connections, but we're not getting nothing from there. Again, it's not making connection. So there's got to be a bridge at some point, because that is now a 10 amp fuse. It's 12 volts, so 12 volts under 9 is fine. So I don't quite understand why this is not getting nothing from this side to this side, and we should have 9 volts. We should be having the 9 volts on there. Well, it probably would help if I plugged it in, wouldn't it? So let me plug it in. Plugged it in. So no, see, that's grinding out. That's grinding out. The light's gone out. Now it's come back on. So for some reason, it's grinding everything out. Do you reckon? Do you know what? You know what I said earlier on, didn't I? Right? And I was really weary about this, and I did say this. Do you reckon that these components, these ceramic capacitors, are causing a grinder short? Because some of the legs could be grinding, and it could be causing the problem. I've got a sneaky feeling I'm going to say yes for that, and the reasons why I say that, plug the jack in. I did. The reasons why I say that, because when that's in circuit, right, the power is trying to read the rest of the circuitry. Now, when I've done it earlier on, it didn't really make no difference, but because I'm now putting it for a fuse, one side of the leg is going in, like these capacitors. It's only these, and we've got bridges at the bottom here, right? We've got diode there, we've got a diode there, and a diode at the back, and they're going back to front, because it's trying to read it the rest in circuit. Do you reckon if I unsoldered them, right, took them out, that should work? Because thinking about it, it's these that could be reading, because one side's going to be ground, and it could be grinding it out, and it makes sense because it's cutting a power supply out. So it's tried to read part of the circuit, it's tried to read a little bit of the capacitance and the diodes. I'm going to take them out. I think it's a sensible move, right? I'll boot up me thing, and I'm going to take these out and give this a go, because I personally think that is exactly what's happening. There's two capacitors, ceramic capacitors, and two diodes, one going up, one going down, but the other side, it's like you said, they look like they're grinding out. So one side's going into the other circuit that could be reading, that going back to this, that's causing the issue. So by pulling them out to one side, I think that might just about do it. And then it can't read the rest of the circuit then, because there's nothing in the line of for them to be touching. Because that 10 amp fuse should be more than enough to give that protection. I mean, it's like you said, it's a learning curve. I'm learning as I'm going along. I've got no schematics on this. This would help if I had schematics, but there ain't. All you got is a service manual. The service manual don't give you nothing. It just tells you how to service it. But it don't tell you, like you said, you're getting something from the early 90s to have something like that. It's an absolutely joke, because you're trying to sort it out as you're going along. But I am determined, because I do want a fuse on this to protect it. If I know that, what I do, I'll solder that to them side of the legs. I'll put a blob of solder, and if it pops, all I have to do is just unsolder it and do another one, because otherwise I've got to find a blade holder for that to go in, and this will work perfect. This will do its job. It won't be a problem. I can put it the other side and solder it so it doesn't, cause any issues. But it should be fine, because it's got to go there. It's at that side anyway, so it'll have nothing in its way. But I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to take disconnect one of these two ceramic capacitors and take these diodes out. I might just take them out. It won't hurt. I mean, at the end of the day, use my desoldering gun, take them, pop them out. And then I've only got to take them out because there's nothing else in the line of that. It only goes up to so far. Let me just double check to make sure that don't, because I'm looking at that. No, it don't. It's not just them, it goes into the other sides of the capacitors, which it goes up here. So it is reading these. That circuitry is reading it. I can see it. It is definitely reading it. So if I take them out, reading them. Oh no, it don't. I'm fine. It only goes up to that. It only goes up to that leg. So I need to desolder up to that last diode. Then that's it. It will isolate the rest of that sort of green line going down, so it should be fine. For a minute I thought it wasn't. I thought, oh no. Which is bloody frustrating, because like I said, don't worry about the cow noises. Let's take these out. Have we got any ceramic capacitors in here? We bloody have, because it's sitting on one. Come on. It's got to get up. It's dropped the volt. Because this has got like a pump on this, it also it drops the temperature down as well. So because it's using a vacuum pump to suck all the solder out, and then you've got to keep keeping all these tips clean. It's got to get back up to 350 again. I don't want to go too mad with it, because it can go all the way up to 450. It does the job, works really well. But don't use these on old retro boards. Jesus, you'll have a fucking problem on your hands. Let me just read what Phil's saying. Them diodes, they were richly they're rectifying the power from the power side to the transformer to be AC. So on that half, they would be like a bridge rectifier. But yeah, they probably are. I mean, like you said, it has to bridge it. This is reasons why they're all in circuit. It's purely for that reason. So yeah, that would make sense. This is. Do you know what? That's not even melting. Wow. In you go. Turn that one off. Put this one on. It's up to 400. It's alright to take the rest of them components out, because look, they've come out. See, look, them solder suckers are fantastic. I love them little machines. They're a little bit expensive, but you know what? You pay for what you get. I know they're not the greatest on that front. Desoldered. I've just got to desolder up one more. We haven't got no more in front of that circuit, because The other ones are at the top, they're not at the bottom. So I'm actually fine with them on that front. So I'll leave them alone. Going up. Yeah, so it's just one more. I've got to take the other one out. So where that other wire is sitting, which is this one. Oh, I mean, like you said, it does make sense on that. Let me see if I can pull that diode out. Just by putting a little teeny bit of heat. Come on. You know you want to come out. For fuck's sake. No, you don't want to come out, do you? Right. Take your tweezers and your fucking... I've got to work cack-handed. Jesus. Because that heat transfers that board is absolutely hotter than Satan. And I've got to work like that. Come on. Just want to get that that connector out. There you go. She's out. Now there's nothing now. There shouldn't be nothing in the line of that at all. Nothing. I've disconnected. I'll show you what I've done. Right. Fucking after. It's like a fucking jungle of wires here. Jesus. So what I've basically done, look, I've pulled. Let me pull it down a bit, and I can clearly show you. This fucking arm is useless. It just keeps springing up. It goes cockeyed on one side. What do you expect? It come from AliExpress. So yeah, basically, let me get my torch, and then I can show you guys. Give you just a tad bit of extra light with underneath. I've pulled all the legs from one side. Right, that's all I've done. I've just pulled the legs from one side. So that way now, it can't read from that side of the circuit. It just can't read from it, because the diodes and the ceramic capacitors were reading directly from that front. So you know, now they've pulled one side of the leg up. That should be okay now, because it was looking like a short. It just kept looking like a short side, and I thought, that's not right. It can't keep, you know, it shouldn't be doing that at the end of the day. So let me put that live now back into one side of the leg. Right. Come on. You know you want to. Tweaky. Right. Lovely jubbly. Right, so that should be out of the rest of them circuits now. They're not popping in, they're not causing any issues. So let's see. That should now make a difference. Now let's switch her back on. Lovely. Unbelievable. So let me talk over that, because otherwise I'll get there. That's unbelievable, isn't it? So even though that was relying on that side of the circuitry, you know, now it's all up and running, and it's going through a 10 amp fuse. So I thought, oh bloody hell, that's, at least I know now. I can now tidy him up, so that's good. Right, let me turn that off. So just for the sake of them bloody connectors, right, so 2 diodes and 2 ceramic capacitors were stopping that, as using that as a ground to short. I know it sounds daft, guys. Should I put back, I'm going to try that 250 volt I'm going to try that fuse. Just see if that was actually causing it to go ground, you know. Because this is what I didn't understand. The 251, should that be causing it? Unbelievable. And yet it works. It was just them 2 diodes and them 2 ceramic capacitors that was stopping it from bloody working. I'll read your comment in a minute, guys. Let's just have a double check. This is a fast burning fuse. I've got to find that fuse. I just slung it in a box. I know these are going to be timed. 250 volt. Fast burning. This is a fast 1 amp. So that'll do. So let me put that back in, right? Let's put that 250 1 amp back in. And let's try that again with that power supply now. With the original fuse back into this. Let's see if that works. Yep, and it does. How did I know? Yay! It works. So it was just them diodes. So what I'm better off doing is taking the rest of them, tidying this up now. Right, now I know this works. So I don't have to worry about 10 amp fuses. I'll keep the 250 on that front and keep that in there. So that is now connected, and we have got an inboard circuit of a fuse, and that's all I wanted to do. You know, like I said, I wanted to come back to it because I thought, no, it's the best thing ever. He didn't read the chat. It's very much it does. Sorry, guys. When you concentrate, I know it does. It's really easy to concentrate. Otherwise, it's true what Andy says. When you're trying to do a stream and chat at the same time, you know, sometimes it's true. I can relate to what he says. You do need to concentrate, and if you don't, you're not paying attention. And if you're not paying attention, you can make a mistake, and this is what tends to happen. I'll give that. We can help. So let's have a look. We're putting the DC on the original side of the AC. Yes. Well, it hasn't got AC. This don't have AC. It's just DC. So that's exactly what I wanted to do, was because I wasn't going to use this originally. The way I'd done the other radio, all I'd done was soldered it directly to a barrel jack, 3.5 inch barrel jack, and bypassed this completely. So like I did earlier on, you know, and I said I can't get no power. I went, let me solder the wires directly to the barrel jack, and then hey presto, it worked. So I thought then it's got to be. Then I looked at it carefully. I thought then I might thought it's the fuse that's causing it. It could be, you know, it needs that transformer because 250 volts have got going through. No. So in the end, it ended up being one side of the 2 ceramic capacitors and 2 diodes, because it was trying to read in circuit the rest of this circuit. There's not much on this bloody circuit as there is. All there is 4 diodes and 4 ceramic capacitors. That's all it is, and some shorts. Basically, it's got some jumper points. That's it, which they're ground. So 4 diodes and then 4 capacitors. Then that's it. This board is the most simplest board you can ever, you know, no bridge rectifier. There was literally nothing. So it really, all it was, your input for your 240, your transformer, fuse, 4 of diodes, 4 ceramic capacitors, and hey presto. I mean, blimey, they couldn't make that much more simple. I mean, you probably could have got a simple design on a breadboard and then gone from there. But the main thing is now, I can now tidy this up, because these ain't the greatest. Before I do, I'll unsolder these and I'm going to just take all of them resistors and diodes out, and then I can eliminate it and just put it back, and then I know I won't have any problems of any bridges to thinking that I know that now I can't blame it on them at the end of the day, because I can't leave these laying up just in case. I mean, they'll be fine, but it just looks a bit sloppy, and I would just want to tidy it up. But at least it's now working. It was them that's stopping it. I would have had them from the transformer. Oh, I would have had, I would have had, had them from the transformer. Yeah, probably. Yeah, what the actual the connectors? You mean like the diodes and the ceramic capacitors? AC would be on the transformer, right? Okay, so the alternating current, that would have been on the AC side, would have been on. See, this is what I'm saying. Without really, without the schematics, it's really hard to try and learn, you know, of the way this was all laid out, because even though it's simple, it was actually the way the way they've interpreted it, it was just wrong on both of the polarity and the secondary. Yeah, because the on both sides. So the primary would have been your input, which would have come from, I assume, from your actual plug, your figure of 8 plug that would have gone in, because it was running in parallel. You can actually see it running in parallel with these, so that would make sense. So for that to go in from this transformer, and this secondary would have been your output. So yeah, that yeah, you're right. That would have definitely made sense. So your input would have just gone straight in. But without opening that, which I am going to do, I'll probably have a go at that tomorrow, and I'll do that live. I'm going to see if I can try. I've got a little Dremel cut. I'll splice that in half, and let's see if there was a thermal fuse inside that, because I'm very curious to see. You know, because they would have been magnetized anyway, and I've got an angle grinder. I probably would need an angle grinder to cut it, because you've got steel. And trying to cut steel, you'll go through blades like the rate of knots, you know. So yeah, I probably would have definitely gone through that side. But so now what I can do, I will take these back off and take the rest of them 4 caps and 4 diodes off completely. Just tidy the board up. I can't use it anyway. I just can't use it. But at least that way, I can then put it all on the board, and it is now going for a fuse, which I really wanted to do to start with at the end of it. So if there is a problem, I mean, that did work. I could have actually just soldered that 10 amp fuse straight in, which, you know, but the trouble is, that being 250 volts, right, and a 1 amp fuse, would that, even though the power supplies are 1 amp, right, it gives off 1 amp, because it's a 250 volt fuse, would that, even if there was a ground to short, would that still pop that? And that's the trouble, you know. That being a 10 amp fuse, 12 volt, is a big difference. Yes, the output would be AC, and there'd be markings on one side of the thermal fuse. So yeah, so what you're basically saying is that one side, even though it will still give you protection, it will still be enough to give you some form of protection if there was a ground to short with the power supply. Because even though that says 250 volts, don't mean that's what its limit can take. So if you try to put a 300 volt in through that would instantly pop. That, I suppose, that's its maximum protection, what it can take. So even though the resistance can take 250, even though 9 volts will pass through because it's grounding through, it's the inside of that resistance wire, that thermal wire that's inside, that is 1 amp. Is that what you're saying? So that will still give you protection. And if there was a ground to short, there'd be enough there to pop that fuse, because you're matching now the power supply for what that gives off. The voltage reading on the car ones is for thermal connections. Right, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because thermals, yeah, like you said, you can put 400 volts into it, but that would be the rating on would be half. Right, okay. Thermal. So yeah, so what would you guys recommend to best to use for protection for 9 volt 1 amp on that. Would you keep that glass fuse in there, or would you use the 10? Would you use that little 10 amp thermal fuse, one of these ones, which is the for the cars? Glass fuse, right? Fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, it does make sense because you're matching. To me, that seems to match the power supply's fuse as well of its transformer, what it's giving out, the 9 volts, 1 amp at the end of the day. I mean, even so, it's on that. So yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you know, because I'm going above its rating anyway, so I'd rather match it at least that way. The 10 amp will be 10 amp, and something else will blow, yes, before that fuse, because I'm going above its value. You're right, it does make sense, because this is what I was talking about earlier on. Values are important when it comes to, because of the thermal resistance that you're going, because whatever's going in, the resistance what that comes out would take a small component out. Yeah, regardless of the voltage. Yeah, you're right. Exactly, you're right. So yeah, it does make sense. So all I've basically done is bypassed that the actual transformer, and now I've gone directly into the glass fuse. So even though it's not reading these components, it's still getting some protection that's still going to protect the secondary board. So if there is an issue, and it does, there might be enough resistance in that to pop first before it takes something else out in the secondary board. Because that's what this board would have done if it was done correctly. If the fuse was before the transformer, it wouldn't have gone. So it would have protected the transformer, it would have just popped the fuse. But it obviously, on that front, it didn't do that. I mean, it was just the way it was just done out of place. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's like you said, it is definitely a learning curve on these fronts. So I'm going to take all these off. Now I know. Right, I'm just going to pop these off now. And now I know I can tidy all this up properly and take the rest of them out. So it was that was stopping it. It was causing it like a ground point, really. So I'll keep that one where it is because I don't need that. All I need to do now is desolder the rest of that. Take the rest of them diodes and ceramic capacitors. So let me boot that up. Let that warm up first. Feel. So whatever you take, what takes out the fuse is known as the load. The radio draws in the current regardless of the voltage and working on there, so there is no need for the fuse. Therefore, the transformer, as it will be to be plugged, is in the plug. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know it's, but all I wanted was it was secondary, because like all transformers, for what I've learned, like even with the early days, regardless to what this says, this was reading 12 volt 1 amp, right? So this is actually reading 12 volt 1 amp, but because this is a multi adapter one, you can alter its value. That's the maximum it can go. So you go 3.4, 5, 4.5, 8, 6 and 9 and then 12. I've got it on 9. So this is in reading, looking at that, it is a 1 amp fuse inside the transformer. So basically this is the reasons why I said I'd rather match it and keep it exactly the same of its value. The adapter will not have a fuse inside. Right. Cheers, Phil. Yeah, you're right. It probably won't, because with most of these type of adapters, all they are is, like you said earlier on, a bit like this. It will just have a transformer inside, because they, like they said, they could put thermal fuses inside the transformer. So if it does get wired wrong or there's an issue, it pops a transformer, because these are cheap enough to buy anyway. But the way they was looking at it on the radio, they was copying exactly the same. there's no circuit protection. You know, at the end of it, just the only protection it's got is the transformer. So if it goes wrong or it overvolts for no apparent reason, if the components start going, it'll overvolt and pop the transformer as soon as you try and give it power to something, and that then could take out some other things. So, you know, that does make sense of actually doing it this way. At least it has got some protection. You know, it's not the ideal, but it is, because I'm bypassing the transformer side. So all I've done is just literally going directly from where the fuse was going originally anyway. So I'm not really bothered, but it is, now I can breathe it easy. It was the bloody components that was causing the problem to stop it from powering up. But at least I now know from since yesterday that connector was absolutely junk, that was stopping it from loading up properly at the end of the day. Off and look, it just fell out. That's out. Is that out? That one's out. That's out. I'll have a reading in a minute, guys. Give me a minute. This bloody thing's hot. I can feel the heat from this gun. Oh, the cow's off. Oh, that component's fell out. Don't know when that's gone. It's gone on the floor. Let's take this one out. These, I'll tell you what, these little heat guns, what a great, do you know what, out, what did I just say? That's just burnt my knuckles. Jesus, that was hot. Cool, that's left a scar. Jesus, that really was. Right, all them ones are out at the end of the day. I mean, they're junk anyway, so on that front. But I'm going to take the rest out, because there's some more in here. I want to take them out as well while I've got the gun out. Jeez. Fucking burnt my fingers out. But 2 of my knuckles. A bit more. Birds love a skull. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I bet they do. Jesus. You're thinking, bloody hell, you've been through the wars. Sorry, Cat. There's the... Now, this is reasons why I'm saying at the end of the day, you're still learning. Jeez, that bloody hot. That gun is lethal. So that's at 350. I'm glad I didn't pull out to 450. Don't worry, guys, it's alright. Only took me knuckles. Yeah, now did that hurt? Yeah, mightily. Right, out. So this way I can totally eliminate the issue of these fucking diodes once and for all, right? And then I can't blame it on thinking nothing else is going to now get in the way of that. And it just looks neater and tidier at the end of the day. Let's take all these out. We don't need them. Right, let me have a quick read of your messages. Sorry, guys. That did hurt, I've got to admit. Right. Thermal glass fuse, 10 amp, something else will blow, right, regardless of voltage. Who takes out, what takes out the fuse is known as the load. The radio draws in the current, therefore on that. So the plug, the adapter will, the adapter will not have a fuse inside. Oh yeah, I've read that one. It will have a short circuit protection when it is plugged in with a short, and then the LED went out. And if it had a fuse, it would have popped, and then it would have not come back on. Right, okay. Yeah, you're right, probably would have. But it's like you said, it's just an added layer of protection. So I thought, like, it does make, oh Christ, they don't sound great. Got to watch these plastics, it's so bloody brittle. Right, so yeah, you're right, exactly right. So the main thing is, what I'm going to do is that if I snip these off now, because these are burnt so bad on there. That one's alright, that one's fine. Where's the other one? I had 3. So I had 1 on that one on that one, and that one there. So we can do that one. We'll take that one, we'll cut that one back, we'll prune it. Now I can strip these back. That fucking soldering iron, look, that's gone red as a beetroot, that is. Jesus. Right, that one's pruned. Was there any more that now I've took all them fucking crummy components out at the end of the day? I cannot blame that at all. That's a ground. Is that a speaker? No, that's that one up there. So, yeah. So we've got this speaker one in. That one's all done. So, the speaker one's all sorted. So I ain't got to worry about that at the end of the day. It's not ideal because it's bloody burnt. It's burnt in Satan, these. But it don't matter. I could put some solder mask on that. It should be alright at the end of it. But yeah, so we've got this one coming out. So now I just want to read. So this is coming from the battery side. So the battery one, really, I want going on to because you've got one side of the protection now which feeds that. So anywhere along these now, we can now put these, solder these in. It will have a short circuit protection in it, so yeah, it'd be interesting. Oh, that bloody hurt that did. That did have that burn. This is what I was saying about with, you know, soldering irons. Another scar on my hand, just like with all the rest of the others. So yes, you got to see. It's the fun of. It's the joys of spring in it. I mean, you know, it'll all work in the end. That's the main thing. Right. Glass fuse. Now I can wire this up there perfectly, and I shouldn't have any issues of this whatsoever. Because I wanted to keep this radio. It's the reasons why I wanted to actually put some form of protection on it anyway. Grabbing that wire because I can see that's getting hot. So I mean, it's as soon as your was named on it, it starts taking the bloody. It starts taking all the you know, the coating off. It's an absolute nightmare. Because, like you said, the heat just transfers on these boards. These old boards really take the heat well, and they do take it very well. I'm really impressed on an old board system, resilient that it takes a lot of heat on. You know, like you said, you're trying to get your soldering skills to, like, it's not great, see, it's just not, because like you said, you're trying to use you know, you're trying to use to get a nice clean feel on a board. The flux and some of this old stuff is not great. It's just not. It's absolutely dire. Ouch. That's better. That's how I like it. Just like a little dab. As Del Boy says, a little dab will do. That's much better. I'm more happy with that. I like that. That is good. So now what we want is the other side now of that fuse to bridge that, and we need that to come down. Yike. So what I could do is put that through there like that, and then just plonk a little bit of solder. Sorry guys, I know you can't see because like, let me move the camera over so you can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to balance it, so you know, because this bloody soldering iron. Perfect. Look at that. That's just looks like that's come off the factory. My fingers are still burning. They're still bloody burning. That's unbelievable. Right, that should be it. Right, should be it. So we've got the connectors for the ground. Right, we've got the live coming out to one end of the fuse. So the barrel jack one there. If I follow that going over, that goes over. Back. That's where's that going? So it's going barrel jack underneath there, out, and that's going to the battery. Then the other wire is coming out of this board into one side of the fuse, right? So it's looped. So what it's done, it's gone now directly to the fuse. It's not being bypassed at all. So it's directly gone to the fuse. So we've got the ground, it's just gone to ground, and that should be it. That should be it. So that shouldn't be any issues, and that just looks cleaner. And now there's no other components grounding yet. That's not going to short at all. So, yeah, she's working. That's lovely. So now that not only looks better, but that is now working nice. So now I can finally put all this back, and after a little bit of dab of glue on that front, so turn that off, and that's it, it's done. So no components are going to ground to short, and in there it's got a proper fuse. If it has got a problem, it will sort it out. It will take that out. So all I need to sort out now is this end, which I've got to sort out. I mean, really, I should sort these out, but it'd be fine if I put that in. I could put a little dab of solder on that, just a little dab to hold that in with the speaker. Actually, before I do that, let me, have I got, sorry guys, I like to show what I'm doing, so let me just move that, because it's got about a bloody 4-second delay. Fucking terrible. So, I like, because otherwise, what's the point of bloody streaming if you can't see what I'm doing? You know. So yeah, basically, if I get some clippers and ended up just doing a little bit of that one, put that over. And then we can finally, I can finally call this one, it is now officially done, because now I won't have to open this back up, and it can stay exactly where it is, because now I know if there is a short, I know it's now got protection, it's got a glass fuse inside it, so I know that I won't have any problems. do. Lovely jubbly. Fuck's sake. The only thing he's trying to. The only thing I've got to solder is put that spring back. Yeah, come to think about it, guys, I've got to put another earth on before I do this, otherwise it won't work on the batteries. Come to think about it, because this was in circuit and it had a connection on there for the battery side. I could put this back on because I've got the spring. I could solder the spring back on because I know where the spring come from, because it come from up the top there anyway, so I shouldn't have to put another spring on that front. So it should be all right. Once I put this back on, that'll be the next task. Actually, come to think about it, I'm going to do that right now. So that won't come off now because it's now soldered on. So that's good. That's good. So while that's sorting out, do you know what? Even internally, that still feels like that's on fire. That's unbelievable. How hot them soldering irons get up to temperature, and they seriously give you some 30-degree burns. But that's the fun of it, you know. This is what happens when you're doing. Even professionals, I've watched professionals do things, and I thought, Jesus, you know, and they do it day in, day out, and yet mistakes still happen. Well, you're gonna, you know, this is what's always going to happen with electronics. You know, I've even seen the professionals thinking, bloody hell, you know, you can see how difficult it is. Definitely. So what I need to do is put the spring back. Now, before I put the spring back, I need to get the spring in the right orientation, because I can't move with these wires everywhere. So now we've got the earth out, and this is now all working lovely. I've now got to put this back in, which it goes there. It should do. Sorry guys, yeah, let me bring it over. So you can see what I'm doing. So this should sit. It should sit flush, and we should have it should sit there. There should be another. Yeah, something's not sitting right with that. Yeah, that feels a bit better. It does. So basically what I need to do is put this spring back in. Right, so I need to put the spring back in there. And it's got to sit at an angle with this spring. And I'm pretty sure it sits like that. It does. So that's how we need to solder. I need to solder that. So let me take the solder iron back out. Otherwise it's not. Oh Jesus. I've got to take all this fucking wire off. Takes a long time for that to solder, that to solidify. but it's got to sit there. No, that's got to go down. See, that's got to go. That's got to sit down more. So this has got to sit flush. No, see, this is not ideal because I've got the soldering iron at one end. Because I've not got much room because all the rest of the wires are connected and I don't want to pull it all out. So I've got to re-solder all of that. No. Yike. Right, I think that might have done it from that side, which it does. Does it sit in? It's got to sit in that slot. Got to watch it. I've got a red hot soldering iron. Ouch. It's got to sit in. Fuck, Jesus, that's a lot. Do you know what? Not a good idea with a soldering iron in your hand and you're trying to put it in at the same time. This has got to sit. Wow. That's it. That's it. That's it. Because it then sits perfectly in line to that. So that then should give its resistance. So I'm going to keep that where it is. Take that back out. Now solder that. That wire. I only need to solder that wire. Just keep it exactly where it is. And just solder that wire right there. Jesus, what the value of the fucking wire? Yike! Let me put some more solder. Careful not to melt any of the plastics. Lovely jubbly. That'll do. Is seriously hot. I mean, that is unbelievably hot. I mean, it's fucking hot, dude. It's at 400 Celsius. Wow. That looks better. No, left that just a little bit too tightly. That's solidified. That's it. That's solidified. It's bent that pin. Yike. No. That is not good news. It looks like that is broke away from the actual board itself. That's incredibly hot. That's better. That's better. Right, let's try that. let's try to turn that off for a minute. That is extremely, extremely hot. But we got there. Right, the adapter would have to fuse inside. Yes, so putting this now, it is now soldered back in with the spring, and what it done, it broke away from the circuit. You know, like the this is what I'm saying about delamination on these type of boards. You know, if it gets to a certain temperature, you'll start delaminating it, and that's exactly what just happened there. Temperature, but I because I'm using old solder at the end of the day, which is not helping. So, but she is now. Oh, you know what I ain't done? Look, I ain't put the other earth on. Look, the other. I've got to solder the other earth back onto that, so that's got to come back out. I might solder that further down the line because I don't. That is really weak, and I don't want to end up causing any more grief on that front. 401 Celsius. Yike. Bend that in there. Let's see if I can get you guys in the action. This bloody arm is absolutely, it's a joke. It just don't seem to hold in one spot. I can't wait for that other one to come from AliExpress, because it's made out of aluminium, and hopefully that will do its job a lot better than this. Big, nice big blob of solder. Yeah, look at that. Nice big blob of solder. I like to make sure that the earth is properly grounded. That's it. She's done. She's definitely now on that. That one is on there now. That's right in the front of that. So that's right in the joint of the solder. And that's just how you want it. You want it so it's got nice. You've got solder hugging that. Perfect. So this can go in for the last time now, and that should be it. All I need to do is put the screw back. Which I have got there. I need to tidy up on this bench. It's literally, it's so dry, it's unreal. So what we should have now, we should have the full circuit protection now on that front. So looking at the radio, the remaining radio, let me just quickly plug that in. So now that's in, and it's all properly soldered up. Lovely. Yeah, left and right works. Yeah, that works. Lovely. And that's alright. Yeah. Copyright. She works. So we've got the full protection in that now, and I know at least that it's peace of mind for me. It's now got a it's now got some form of fuse system on that. So I mean that's all soldered up. That's all put back. So really, all I can do now is just put this back, and it should be all done. So on that front, let me take that out there, because that's not going to go well. Before I do anything, let's just have a quick tidy of the desk now it's all done. So we haven't got no bad power supplies, but that was worrying me. I thought, why ain't that working? It should work. I mean, it's weird. What's this? 9-volt regulator, battery, laptop. Oh, right, okay. I must have stripped a Toshiba laptop down and took the battery regulator out of it at the end of the day. So let's just cut that solder wick off. Lovely. They can all go in a bin except for that. I need them. Like that. Wire. Bloody bits of wire. It's always like, you know when you want like a little bin or something, just to put all these the mess that you end up cutting the residual bits of wire off. Do you know what? My hands have only just started to cool down in knuckles, where my knuckles, where they've touched on there. They was red raw. They've only just started to, you know, the temperature's just started to come down a bit on that front. Yeah, that's buggered. That can go in here. That can go in that one. The end of it. We've got connectors there. I've got to try and look for the battery things now. So now we've got, I will test the batteries, but it should be alright because this was only going to be a grand. The live's up the other end. So I can't see why the batteries shouldn't work. But I'm going to try the batteries in it. At the end of it. So we just want to make sure. Just want to put all these screws back into this. Because I've got 1, 2, 3, should have 6. 4. So how many we got there? So it's 3, 4, 5 and 1 short. Yeah, she's hiding. Come on. Come out. You know you want to. Right. Well, it's got 5. God knows where that bloody other power supply is gone. Yeah. So yeah. Right. We've got another. We've put that in. So I've got one. I don't like the idea. It don't have another screw to hold that in place. I suppose it wouldn't need it, but I thought they would have just put one in, but they obviously didn't. So residuants, right? Right, we've got all of the lovely cables in now. So all I need to do is just sort. Where's that other one? Yeah, that had this, didn't it? That's right. I think it did have that. Can that one come out and put that one in its place? Because some of these wires, they want like, they're all bending and things like that, which is not ideal. I don't want to end up breaking stuff on there. Is that one's got to go in that one? Can I think that one goes in there. I think. Yeah. Look, you've got some of them right. You've got some. Let me bring the camera over. This fucking camera's a joke. Right. So I've got some of these little holder ones there. I've got one holder there. I could put one there. I just want to keep some of these wires tidy. I don't want them nipped when you're putting the casing back because it can end up damaged. Oh, and before I do that, I had a little bit of the plastic, which yes, I was going to do. I was going to glue this bit back on because this bit snapped off, if I remember correctly. Went bloody brittle. Now this is where, and I bet I ain't got no super stuff to put on it. Oh, thank God for that. Right, no, you're not, are you? You just know you haven't got any super glue because it all bloody dried up, I bet. I've got any in here. So I've got big fuses there, tips. latest today. I need to order some more tips for that soldering iron, because them ones, I've put them through the pace. I mean, I've used them and used them. No, I might have to leave it for the time being and just order some more new super glue. I won't lose it. I'll put it back up there. The main thing is we've got the speakers in. But what I'm more worried about is all these residual wires. I need a little tiny cable tie just to bunch them up a little bit, because they're all going to be fucking floating around in there. Like, take them out. Yes, cable tie. I am, my friend Phil. I'm going to grab one and put that in. But she is running. Yeah, right in front of me. I knew I had one. Because I've extended the cables, because with these they had like them type of bayonet connectors that you ended up just, you know, when you end up just like you just push them in and push them out. Well, I've ordered some from AliExpress, so what I do, I will come back to this, take these out, and I'll push the ones that's got the proper bayonet connectors straight in, so they snap in and snap out. So if I ever want to take this off, I won't have this issue, and I'll probably end up redoing this. So I mean, this is fine, this is absolutely fine from up this end, but not from the speaker end, because it's now all, you know, it's all connected to the speaker. So what I need to do is just cable tie some of these, and then because of the bypass that I've had to do, because I like these old radios, and it's such a shame, you know, thinking that, you know, I mean, some people would have bodged it, but then you would have damaged it and you would have caused more trouble on the board. At least this way, I've not took it from the battery, I've took it from the power side, which was the original side it should have come from anyway, because this would have been the output to go to the secondary part of the board. So looking at that, yeah, I'm definitely thinking that was a right move to take. I don't want nothing getting in the way of the wires for the fuse or anything like that. So what I've basically done, right, let me show you. I'll pull the camera up a little bit and you can see what I've done. Before I went online, I marked out the holes where that wanted to go with a little bit of masking tape. That's why I always like to keep a little bit of masking tape. So basically, so I've got, like, you know, I've got the barrel jack in here. I need to blank this off anyway, but I can come back to that because I'm going to find a little bit of board and put a little bit of resin over the power supply, because now the new power supply is now going into that little tiny hole, and I didn't have to take anything else out. I mean, it looks so alright, it's not ideal, but it is. It does sort of like, oh, where is it? It goes there. So basically, it goes straight in and it connects perfect. So we haven't got any issues on that front because I've lined it all up. So you know, it looks like it's coming direct. So I don't like drilling into these, you know, corrugated sides of the plastics because it looks bloody horrible. at the end of the day. And I've managed to fit it to the board. So, you know, and it goes right in. It's quite snug. It's not going to come out on that front. So, I can't see it not seeing a problem. That's it. So, what we've got now, we have got the radio on that front. It opens and closes, and we have the let's put some of the dials in. Where is it? Let me put them in. So if we got the stereo, that's in mono. I need it in stereo. It's in FM. So yeah, that's all right. I can actually hear those. That's actually. And I can now have this in like the kitchen, so it actually don't look too bad. So yeah, lovely. Let me try a tape. Can't see it. Why? Choo choo. I'm good at choo choo. We should have. Lovely. Should hear me talk on that front. So she's. We're going to go testing. So the microphones are going to be on your left and right. It's dual microphone on this. Yeah, so that's fine. Absolutely fine. She's back up now, fully working 100%, and it ain't botched because of the connector. Just looks so much better from this side, and it's not mounted onto the plastics. So, and like I said, it's now got a fuse with matching the output of the 9-volt on that. So it does it. You know, it'll protect it on that front. So which is ideal. So yeah, it just looks a lot better. It's just a shame that the headphones won't work. Is because the transformer's missing on that front. But you know, that's the headphones for you, I suppose. It's always one of them things. It's going to be a trade-off. And what I need to do is quickly plug some batteries in this just to see if the batteries actually work. Because I've got plenty of batteries. Remember. It works fine now on the voltage, so let me put some D-class batteries in. 6, I think it takes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bit power hungry with batteries, these things. You imagine in the 80s you had to take, oh bloody hell, one shot. Oh no, there's one there. There you go. And where is the back of the lid? That's it. And let's see if she works. And she does. Absolutely fine. Oh, that's alright. That's actually quite good.
It is security cameras.
Enough lead. It's got really lovely stereo sound on that. So again, all I need to do now is virtually, and at some point I have to address these as well. I need to cut a bit of cardboard out, but now I've done this now, at least I don't have the headache of sorting this out, because now it's officially done, you know, and I ain't got to worry about leaving the back open, and I wasn't happy with that anyway, but at least this is now sorted on that front. Blank that cap off. So there will be another visit, but it won't take the hours it's took. So I really need to get a little bit of black card cut out for these, or a bit of grey card, preferably whatever colour I've got there. I think I've got some black. Black won't matter at the end of the day. And I need to find some fine drill holes with the Dremel, with a little drill bit and see if I can put something in these so they can leave it right, they hover out so I can flip them up and down at the end of the day, because I've got the rest of the caps, they're all here, look. So I've got the tuning, the maximum, I've got the tone and the balance at the end of it. So, but for the time being, I can put just a couple of the screws back so it don't pop open, because like I said, I can now use this. So, which I will end up using it, because I like the sound of these radios. They've just got really nice stereo sound. This is what always interested me back in the early days on that front. And so yeah, that would be great. Let's have a look. What I'll do, I'll put two back, just one top, one bottom, right, one corner to one corner. And the reasons why I do that is because then it won't, I've only got to take it out because I've got to do the other bits inside it. But it will just stop the casing like that, it will stop it from opening up. And I'll put the buttons back into that, but it does work both sides now, so, you know, which is fantastic. That's what I wanted. So at least I know that's working, and I can plug it in the power supply, and I can still use this. Yeah, perfect, absolutely spot on. So where's that little bag? I don't want to lose these parts. I don't know what I've done with that little bag. I had the other knob things for it. They fell on the floor, have they? No. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so I you know, this is the reasons why I thought sorting that out does make perfect sense. You know, just by applying that little tiny hole, and it was in with that plot anyway. But I do need to blank them gaps off, so that will be the next visit. It will just be a polish them little bits up and a clean, and then that's it. This, and see if I can source an aerial or something, because that aerial's appalling. I don't know what the other aerial's like. No, that one ain't much better either. So I can't even pinch that one at the end of it. But I know, Bronson, I know. So yeah. So what do you reckon, guys? Thanks for joining. Have you tried the cassette? Cassette works lovely. It literally, yeah, look, I'll put the cassette in, I'll show you, look. The cassettes ain't great. I need to find my other cassettes at the end of the day. But I was going to retro brighten in keys, but I'm going to leave it, because I know what will happen. If I try and take them out, they're going to end up busting on these, because they are literally so fragile. So it's stereo. So let me fast forward, because I've already replaced the belt on this.
Thank you for bed floss.
So they're not the greatest, because the tape's losing its sort of like carbon on it. So, but it records and it plays the radio fine. I can record off the radio. So literally, and I need to sort it out. That's it. Let me turn that off. Yeah, but she works. Oh, look, fucking covers all come off it. That's how bad these tapes are. Literally, the tapes are delaminating, I think. They're all coming apart. The glue is probably over just as old as the radio, you know, but it is sorted. That's the main thing. It is. I'm just so great that this old girl's breathing a bit of life again, and you know, and it's all properly done. But it shouldn't have took as long as it did. But because remember, I'm bypass. When you're doing bypassing on that, you're trying to do a little bit reverse engineering on it. So it's going to, because you've got no schematics, you're not going to know where all this stuff goes. But these components I won't throw, because tomorrow I want to take this, because this is made out of metal and it's all like what's named on it. I want to see if there's a thermal fuse inside, like one of you said, to see if that is, because this transformer's dead anyway at the end of the day. I'll keep the component, I'll put that in a bag and label it sharp, you know, just in case if something ever comes up, or another one comes in and it's working but it's got a busted port. I've got parts for it, so you know, you know, I'm worried about that, but this I'm not worried about, because you know, obviously this is the culprit that's died to start with, to stop the radio from powering up, you know, because there was no power coming from it. But I'm going to take that apart, but because it's iron, I'll take all the iron shielding off and then try to cut through with an angle grinder, splice it right through. I'll put it in a vise, and then because I can do that down in the shed, right? I'll cut that clean in half, and then I'll show you guys the halfway through, and you'll see all the innards and the insides, and I'll see if there's anything inside it, because I'm curious what was going to make that, what was causing that problem to start, you know. So like I said, I mean, this one here, this one being a slightly little bit later model, it had no back with it at the end of the day. Exactly the same fate, because there was two of them together at the end of the day, the sharp. And yeah, this one again, but it's got the door issue, because the door don't close properly. It sort of closes, but it's been worked on. I think it's been snapped and they tried to glue it. But yeah, look, same problem, see? They're trying to put these, glue the things on the side. It wasn't ideal. So now I know that I've put all that. I wouldn't have put it there. I would have moved it up and done exactly the same. And you know what I was saying about with the slider? Look, there's that slider. Look, this one's got the slider on it. But this is what I'm saying. You know, if you select that wrong, this is what causes the issue. And that one's, the slider's missing. And that's all that is. That just, you undo that so you don't accidentally, you know, put it into the, you know, the 110, you know, because like you said, you've got the 110 and the 240 at the end of it, because it tells you at the top of what you've selected. But what a stupid, dumb way of doing it like that. I mean, you know, they could have put it on the switch system. I mean, you know, what was Sharp thinking of? But again, this works lovely. This, again, no issues with this at the end of the day. You know, works beautiful, as it should. Straight in with the voltage. It's just that for the radio, you know, we've actually got a stereo indicator on this one, which the other one hasn't got a stereo indicator. It's just got a red LED. But this one, again, all of the got all your medium and long waves, but it's just a tape, unfortunately. But that's what I've done on here. Look, if you look closely on this one, this is what I wanted to do with the other. What I want to do with the other one is drill a tiny hole and literally just put a little screw, right, up on the top there. So it's just easier to select. So you know, you haven't got to go mad, and then you can select it from like your mid-range and all that. It's just easier to, I mean, it's supposed to have one of them on top of it, but yeah, the tape on here, I think there's just a tape issue, because I've replaced the belt, so yeah, looking at yeah, see this one, I don't think it's sitting properly into the cassette. You have to push it right in, and then it sort of works. And these don't have auto stop feature at the end of it, but you can actually hear it wobble when it's wobbling its sound.
We're going to go testing. So the microphones are going to be.
Yeah, actually, this one's not.
So it's stereo. So if I go.
Yeah, it seems to be. The only best way to know is put it on low do a little bit of pick a channel and then do a little bit of recording. So let's just find something. I've got to be careful because of copyright. Right, let's press that one and that one and do a little bit of recording and turn it down. Right, I want to see if this one actually comes up alright, because it'll still record when you turn the volume down, and see what it plays back and see if anything comes up. If anything, it should be enough. Right, good. Let's see if it comes up anything. Yeah, it sounds a bit wonky donkey on that, which is not great. It's recorded, but you can actually hear it on the front.
Hello, stop.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's recorded, but you've got that, you know, like the wow and flutter on that, and it seems like more wow and flutter than anything, because you're going to get that with these old tape recorders. But in theory, the radio works beautiful, and the tape does work to a certain degree at the end of it. But you've got that, and I think that could be capacitors might need changing, and also the motor probably ain't the best. It's probably weak that's causing that. Let's have a look at that. Have you could try this set? Yeah, it should be on the shims. So yeah, I'm thinking on that one. So I have got two working, one fully working properly now. So which is great, because to get these fully working on these, they are really, I mean, this being an earlier model, this is a 4343 and that is a 4848. So there was all different makes and models. Have you noticed that some had black and the later ones had the blue? But you know, it's all down to personal preference. But at least with this is now, I mean, comparing this was going to end up in a landfill or just slung in a bin and just crushed, and then that's it. I mean, there can't be many of these left now, because these were sold worldwide, and most of the ones on eBay, like I said, are not fully working. They're just not. They've got major issues. 9 out of 10, they're dead. And they even say they're dead. The power supply's dead. At the end of the day, it's not the power supply. I bet you a bottom dollar they've all got the same fate, that they've put incorrect voltage into that and took this transformer out at the end of it. I mean, it's such a shame, because if they sold these transformers, right, all I had to do was just swap that transformer out and Bob's your uncle. I would have had a working fully machine. I wouldn't have had to do what I had to do now, you know, for the sake of it, because you've only got to test it, and there's literally everything, even from the input, it's just millivolts. Millivolts is nothing. It's just no power into it whatsoever. So at least that way I can have that one there in the kitchen, and I can have a little bit of, when I do some cleaning up in the kitchen, I've got something to listen to. That's why I was, you know, all I've done was just shoved it on the power bench over there, and I thought, you know, hey, have a look. I had it plunked over there, and I had it where all my other items is, and it was just on display, and I just didn't get round to doing it, because I thought, you know, I'm not being funny. Oh, hold up. Yeah, but I forgot, because the camera's upside down, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. So yeah, you know, where it's just sitting in the corner, I can't flip the camera because it's a webcam. So yeah, I think that's why I just left it on display. I thought it just looks great at the end of the day. So, but it's a shame about them components, but you know, it's a small price, and we've got there in the end. You know, or you know, it's a journey. Put it that way. It was definitely a journey. But at least I know now it runs and drives fine, and I don't have any issues, and it has got a fuse protecting it from that degree. So at least I'm not going to ignore that there's no protection on that front. I'm just glad it's just got the glass fuse, put one back in it at the end of it. But I thought it was that was causing it, because like I said, I've got nothing on these things. But yeah, I'm more surprised than anything. But I'm just glad in a way that it's, you know, I'm going to come back to it. There'll be a fourth part, but the fourth part will be just tidying them gaps up now. I've done the major work, because yesterday I just wanted to see what was causing it, and it ended up being that bloody barrel jack connector was dodgy as hell, which I wasn't happy with when I put it on. So I thought, no, I'm gonna see if I can find a much better one and put it in properly and make it look stock as I can get it. So what I need to do, I've got resin behind me. It's not a problem. I've even got some silicone. I've probably even I've got hot glue. It's all right, but it goes brittle and it comes off after time. So I don't like hot glue on that front. So I'll probably would mix a little bit of resin up, just stick a little bit of resin over it, and in that way, once that takes 24 hours, that sets, that ain't coming off. You know, you'll end up busting off the plastics for that to come off. But yeah, thanks guys for joining. At least that way, it's you know, you've seen it's now fully working properly at the end of the day, and you wouldn't think it was just these little capacitors and diodes were stopping it from powering up. It was creating a short, you know, at the end of it. So just taking them, these section out, 4 of each, you know, and then it was fine, absolutely fine. So yeah, what I'm going to say is there'll be probably another stream tomorrow, on that front. So I thought, let me go through the Logitech. No, I don't want the Logitech. Let me go to the Creative, and I'm going to put a 10-second camera down on that front, and then I'm going to say to you guys, I'll catch you all tomorrow. So thanks for joining, and enjoy the rest of your evening, and then we can go from there, guys. Thanks very much. See you later. I'll catch you all tomorrow. So thanks for joining, and enjoy the rest of your evening. And